Dutch Grandmaster Benjamin Bog has made ends meet by simply saying that, quote, Hikaru needs to stop memeing. So, summarizing all this topic, my question to you was, do you still have the taste of blood?
Yeah, I think it's still chess at the end of the day, and today's game was very exciting. I think Richard, he played something that was solid, but was able to complicate it in the middle game, and when you just get into positions which aren't like, say, a forced draw or something that where you get to move 20 without even thinking, then it's always fun to play positions, and I thought I played pretty well today. I don't know if the sacrifice was good with Bishop G6, but I also felt that at several points in the game, I either had the choice to basically make a draw or to play something that could be on the edge where maybe I get winning chances, or I could also lose. But I figured, so you only live once, might as well go for it.
Welcome everyone to the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Maria, today Hikaru starts against Richard Rapport. What do you make of this matchup?
Hi Benjamin. Well, first of all, I'm really excited for this match. Both players actually did come back on the last day. At some point it looked like it's going to be Isipenko against Fedoseev, then Isipenko against Wojtaszek, and then Hikaru saved the day, and Rapport also got into the tie breaks, and then also did it complete triumph by winning it against Wojtaszek. So I have no idea what will happen, but it's going to be super exciting. Both players are really super creative, and it's always a pleasure to see Rapport playing, and of course Hikaru is going to give him a really tough match.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Hikaru opening up with 1d4. So what do you expect from Richard? I think he usually plays the Nimzo, but he also likes to mix it up with stuff like the King's Indian or Moderns or e6 on move 1, inviting a French from white. So I'm very curious to see what Richard will do here, but I guess Hikaru wants to keep it solid. Also in the meantime, we've seen the other game between Lavon and Dominguez. We have a Queen's Gambit accepted with e4. That's generally the sharpest variation against this line. I guess that one is also going to be quite exciting.
Yeah, it is pretty exciting. What do you think Dominguez will do here?
I think in round 1, I think it was probably round 1 against Wesley, he played the move b5 in the current position. And
it was some really crazy game there.
Yeah, and he seems to be doing fine in that game.
Yeah, same.
So I'm curious to see whether
b5
he will...
again.
Oh, okay, b5 again. And we see knight f6 by Richard after a minute of thought, a bit surprising. I guess Hikaru is just going to follow it up with c4, which is on the board now. And I guess Richard's just going to play e6, and then we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, thinking on move 1 is pretty normal at these tournaments, especially from players like Brishuk, who can actually play both e4, d4, even c4, and it's very important to be able to play both from both hands, so to speak, to be able to surprise your opponent.
Indeed, yeah, and we have Hikaru playing the Nimzo, knight c3 on move 3, so bishop b4 is here, the main move from black. Then I'm curious to see what Hikaru is going to do. Queen c2 is an option there, f3, e3, knight f3. White has a lot of options. If Richard does not feel like going into the Nimzo, he could still play a move like d5, which transposes into the Queen's Gambit declined, which is pretty solid, but generally White's a little bit better. But I guess he is going to play the move bishop e4, but we'll see.
Right. What about Ronian Dominguez? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This one is developing super quick.
Yeah, the moves are flying in there. So let's have a look real quick. So after move e4, the b5 was played, a4, c6, take, knight c3, queen b6, knight d5 by white, queen b7, and bishop f4. And at first glance, it looks like white is already winning, right? Because how are you going to stop knight c7? Black has the move e5, takes, knight at d7. The bishop drops back to f4, but of course still it looks quite dangerous, because knight c7 is a threat. So let's see how Linier will deal with this. I'm sure that they have still looked at this. And Richard does play the move d5, so he does not want to get into the Nimzo defense. So here after d5, the usual continuation is trading on d5 and then following up with the move bishop g5.
Okay, so the usual stuff from Rapport.
Yeah, and Hikaru does trade on d5.
And then probably bishop g5.
Right, yeah. And here we see Hikaru on the main screen. I guess he did not fully expect to move d5. He probably spent most of his time preparing for bishop e4. Pawn takes d5 is the main move. And now after pawn takes bishop g5.
Yeah, so thought for a little bit and
Yeah, let's see.
oh, Levon again has some nice short.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting because we see that Levon has captured the rook on a8. So Linier must be 100% sure of what he's doing here. I guess he has to take on e4 here with the queen. I mean, give a check, hit the bishop. Then I suppose we either have to go bishop e3 or knight e2 to defend everything. Linier has taken on e4 with a check and hitting the bishop.
Yeah, and Levon plays knight e2, and of course this way you would develop the knight, but at the same time you block your bishop on f1. So for
Indeed,
this exchange, Linier is getting much faster development, and yeah, and also Levon will have to quite awkwardly develop his pieces on the king side. But since he's playing it so fast, is it all still theory?
Well, the question is always like, what do you define as theory, right? I mean, maybe this is all new. That's sort of my assumption. I guess maybe this has not been seen before, but I'm sure this is his preparation. And if you're Linier here, you might get a little bit nervous because White is playing super fast. He has 1:36 on the clock, so there's a very good chance that Linier will be caught here in some nasty preparation, and we will see how he will deal with that. In the meantime, we have more moves in Hikaru's game. So after trade bishop g5, c6, Hikaru played the move queen to c2. e3 is the main move here, but I guess he played queen c2 specifically aimed against bishop f5. After which, the players usually go into an endgame. So queen c2 by
yeah, with
Hikaru.
bishop d3 and trading.
Uh,
So Hikaru wants to to have a longer game.
Indeed, yeah. So Richard's probably going to play something like bishop e7, I guess, neutralize the pressure on this diagonal. And Hikaru will go e3, bishop d3, and maybe White can hope for a small edge.
What if the bishop is kicked away with h6? Then he probably will play bishop h4, right?
Yes, if h6, I think we just go bishop h4 indeed, and just take it from there with e3, bishop d3. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting game for sure.
a3, probably castle. Usual development with bishop d3. And now if h6, then White can already play bishop f4 and just control the diagonal.
Yeah, that's always pretty interesting. The bishop can come back to f4 in some cases, and it's also pretty good on that diagonal. So let's say we're talking about castle. So let's say bishop d3, pawn on h7, right? So it's always a question like, do we want to go back to h4 or to f4? It really depends on the position, and that's what also makes these Queen's Gambit decline positions so tricky. e3, knight bd7, by the way, by Richard. Interesting choice. I wonder what his idea is. He's delaying castles for the moment, so I guess bishop d3 by Hikaru, keeping all of the options open. I mean, knight f3, knight g2, is that an option? Yeah.
Yeah, still both are playing pretty fast.
Alright, so what is happening in the Levon game?
Okay, so Linear is still thinking after f3, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So let's have a look there. So the no moves yet after f3. Yeah, this is definitely a bit worrisome for Black, in the sense that probably Black has enough compensation, but I guess Levant just analyzed this deeper. Once again, if Black does not know 100% what he's doing, you have a king on d8. I mean, which is always a bit vulnerable. White's up in exchange, but of course Black has pretty good control. I mean, I guess a move like knight d5 makes a lot of sense. The knight can never be challenged here by a pawn. And, I mean, he's putting the bishop under pressure, and you can always put the other knight on f6. Maybe this bishop going to d6, rook e8. Black should have pretty decent compensation, but once again, I'm pretty sure Levant has prepared all of this, so it will be very interesting to see how this will play out.
Yeah, Levon so far seems to be prepared really well in all the games. He hardly ever was caught up on with something in the opening. Of course, his generally the tactical shape is also great, but openings at this level are just so important. I wonder if he got some new seconds after moving to the US.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, anyway, bishop d3 was played by Hikaru, putting pressure on the pawn on h7 potentially. And now Black has some options. There is always the option of going knight h5. I guess that's maybe a drop, and that's what Richie just played. I was gonna say that maybe that's a drawback of having played queen c2 so early, that Black now has this move available. So the only move I can see for Hikaru is trading on e7. And after Black recaptures, then we'll see me knight g2 is an option. White can always go for long castles, or can still go for short castles. But in the current position, yeah, you don't have another move besides trading here, because I mean, bishop f4, Black can take, so I guess.
Yeah, bishop f4 doesn't seem like a good option. But after trading, the knight on h5 will be misplaced on the edge, and Black will have to spend another tempo to bring it back. Or is there any other idea they can do with this knight?
Yeah, and just to show you guys real quick, the game of Levant started off as a queen's gambit accepted. Lenier took the pawn, followed up with b5. Levant went for quick a4, knight c3, queen b6, knight d5, hitting the queen. So queen drop back, bishop f4, threatening queen, knight c7, knight at d7, bishop f4. So very interesting stuff here. White is up an exchange, but Black has pretty good compensation, so we'll see how this one will play out.
Yeah, this opening became really popular lately, the Queen's Gambit accepted. But of course, it has just so many different options and lines, so it's always an interesting game. Yeah, Levon also has so many plans here. He can try to play queen d2 a5 with a check, attacking a7. a7 is a weakness. The bishop on f8 still trapped, cannot develop, but Black also has bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4 check also an option.
Probably knight c3.
Right, I was thinking maybe just block with. I guess I like knight c3 for the fact that we now prepare bishop b2 and short castles. And after knight d5 we always have bishop d2 available, defending everything, and already something like this would look quite problematic for Black. So yeah, once again Lenier has to know what he's doing here, and given the fact that he is thinking here, Levant is still in his preparation, is not a good sign.
Yeah, it's always scary when Linier is the one who sacked an exchange. He should really be prepared for anything, and already seems like he was surprised quite early.
Yeah, and look who we have on the live camera here. Hikaru is thinking in the current position, so he's weighing all the pros and cons here. He could put the knight on e2. But he could also put a knight on f3. If you go knight f3, the one drawback is that you allow knight at f4. You cannot take a step, put your king in check. Black's attacking the bishop and the pawn on g2. So I guess if you castle, black should be fine in a position like this. So, but then to keep the bishop on the board, the only move would be bishop f1, which is, of course, not the move you really want to make. So we'll see what he is gonna do. If he wants to put a knight on f3, he could also go long castles here, and then put the knight on f3 on the next move. So let's see what he's gonna. Let's see what he's gonna come up with.
Yeah, of course, if he's planning to long castle, then knight f4, bishop f1 is not such a big deal. Again, the knight will be misplaced, attacked after long castles. So it's probably okay. And then white can also start playing h4, h5 and attack the king.
Yeah, I think it very often happens in these positions, like let's say white does go long castle, right? Black usually continues with knight to b6. Then let's say we play a move. Let's say we play a move like h3. Because h3 is always a good move, because then the bishop on c8 is difficult to develop. The bishop cannot come out at f5, and now it also cannot come out to g4. Right? I mean, let's say we play knight f3, then all of a sudden bishop g4 is an option. So let's say we play h3. Black generally plays a move like bishop to e6. Then we continue with someone like knight f3. And black is gonna go long castle himself. And generally black is very, very solid here. So that's really what Richie is going for, I assume. Just trying to be very, very solid here with black. As you said, if he does go for short castles, so let's say he plays a move like h6, king e1 for example, and short castles, that always weighs some risk, because white is very well prepared to go for an attack here on the king side. So I guess Richard is also going to try to go queenside castling. Another idea that black has to further try to neutralize the position is to go for someone like g6 and then knight g7 and bishop f5 and trade off those bishops.
Nice. Yeah, that's a nice plan to completely simplify the position. So it's the only question is Rapport ready for a fighting game with black, and is gonna castle short side and also try to attack Hikaru on the queen side, or he's going to castle low and try to trade the pieces and equalize.
Yeah, well, I think castling kingside is generally quite risky. So I think he's gonna go for queenside castles with the plan that I mentioned. So knight b6, bring the bishop out, queenside castling, and then eventually this maneuver of trading the bishops off.
Yeah, and of course after you trade the bishops off, you also can play knight c4 yourself, since the bishop will be not on g3 anymore, controlling c4. So still some more play in the endgame then. Can Hikaru somehow avoid any of that? Like maybe put the pawn on g4 to control f5 square, h3 g4, or f3
Yeah, no,
g4.
I like that. I like that suggestion a lot. So let's say knight to b6. Let's say we play a move like h3. Indeed, in case black plays bishop b6, we could always put the pawn here, force the knight back, and now black can never trade with g6 and bishop f5. So maybe, I don't know, black could start with g6, but I don't know if putting the knight on g7 here makes too much sense. I mean, the knight's a bit passive. White is generally a bit better here, because it's difficult for black to come up with a plan, but black is very, very solid. I mean, look at the structure. Everything holds together. So this is going to be a long...
b6 as well can help defending. He can of course also play f5 later, but that pawn structure is probably in white's favor.
Yeah. This is going to be a long and grindy game. So let's see what's going to happen. And by the way, we have more moves in the game between Levon and Dominguez. 95 was played.
95,
Bishop g5.
And Levon again did not spend any time.
Indeed. So
yeah, so far he did not spend anything more than 1 minute for one move. It's incredible.
Yeah, he's playing super fast. So I guess he feels that, I mean, of course this is his preparation, but I guess f6 is a bit of a weakening of the black position, I guess then we drop back to d2. It's the only sensible square I can see, and then maybe in some lines the knight could come to e6 or something along those lines. So let's see what Linné is gonna do. I mean, f6 is an option, maybe moving the king or blocking with the knight all look pretty sensible. But again, given the fact that Levon' preparation is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And of course, if f6, white is only happy to put the bishop on d2 and having the option to play bishop a5 at some point. That king is really unsafe. How should black bring it to safety?
Yeah, it's a pretty good question. I mean, maybe something along the lines, like let's say we go knight f6, right? Then white continues with
Knight
like
7 to f6.
Knight 7 f6, yeah. So knight c3, let's say black plays bishop d4, hitting the knight. I mean, maybe white plays something like queen d2 to defend. I mean, let's say we throw in a check on e8. I mean, the king of d8 isn't too unsafe, but it's also not 100% comfortable either. So, yeah, very, very tricky position. I mean, yeah, I don't know. So, I think this is very dangerous for Dominguez, given the fact that Levon is still in his preparation.
So maybe instead of bishop b4, he should play bishop d6 and put it on c7 potentially.
Yeah, that's also an option. So you're saying putting the king on c7 or the bishop?
The bishop maybe. I'm not sure where does Kevin even need to run. Like, of course, ideally would be on g8, but who will ever let him?
Right, yeah. I feel like it would just take too long in the process. And by the way, as we speak, g6 has just been played by Richie. So let's see what Hikaru will do here. I guess the point behind g6 is, so we showed this plan with knight g7 and bishop f5, right, in the position after bishop e6. But now, by going g6 right away, he could go, let's say white goes knight f3, he can go knight g7, and then go bishop f5 in one go. So a move like knight f3 would be fine, but after knight g7, I think if Hikaru wants to fight for the advantage, he has to go g4. If you allow bishop f5, I feel like black should be completely fine. I mean, these bishops get traded off, black's gonna go long castles, and I don't see any problems whatsoever for black. So I think he has to play g4 here. Once again, sort of play against this bishop and claim that white has some sort of space advantage in a way, because the bishop doesn't really have a lot of room to move.
Actually, I really like this this move order, because like if white plays g4 right away after g6, obviously bishop f5 plan doesn't work anymore, so the knight doesn't need to go to g7 and can go to f6. The difference with the later g4 is that the knight is already on g7, and after playing g4 it will be quite weirdly placed, and you cannot really easily reroute it. So that could be a very nice strategy to restrict the space.
So maybe what Hikaru should do is play something like knight f3 first, and then indeed wait for knight g7 to come on the board, and then go g4, because then indeed the knight is a little bit misplaced. White can hope for a small edge, but once again, after something like bishop e6, let's say we go king b1, and long castles, black is generally very solid here.
Yeah, you cannot really attack on the queen side without exposing your king.
Yeah.
Maybe he could play knight a4, trade the knights, and then bring the rook via c1, c3, or d3.
Yeah. No, I like that suggestion. So very often knight a4 is an idea. They go for this kind of trade, and after king b8, move the rook here. The move could go to c3, potentially the a3, putting pressure here, or move in the other rook, move the knight to e5, and white has some pressure. But let's see what is happening in the game. Knight f3 played by Hikaru, and I saw someone in the chat saying that Hikaru had a game here against Onishuk. I don't know. if I didn't see that game. Maybe do you have it anywhere?
I will try to check. Yeah, that's correct.
So when was the game played?
I'm not sure where was it played. It was 2017 in April. I think it was US Championships.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was
how-
played Bishop E6 by Onishuk.
Oh, in the current position, this was all still followed.
Yeah,
Okay, so Bishop
yeah,
E6.
it
What did
followed
Hikaru do?
everything and up to Knight F3. And then King B1 and Long Castle and Knight D2. Interesting plan. He did eventually play G4
Mm-hmm.
after Knight
Right.
G7. So he did wait for Knight G7 to play G4.
Right, yeah, but I would think with a knight on d2, here black can maybe just go h5. Because I was thinking that, let's say in a position like this, right? So let's say we go something like rook c1, just to show. Let's say black goes knight g7 and we go g4. If black goes h5 in the current position, here we go knight e5. And I mean, the problem for black is that black cannot get rid of this knight on e5 easily. Because if black goes f6, he hangs the pawn on g6. So all of a sudden, this knight becomes very annoying for black. So I think that's sort of the drawback of going knight at d2. Because in this position, it does seem like white has difficulty of defending the pawn on g4 very comfortably.
Oh, actually, Richard already played. No, he didn't. Sorry, it was my bad. Yeah, in the game with Onishuk, actually also h5 was played, and Hikaru responded with f3.
Right, yeah. Okay, so that is possible, but I would think that black should be doing quite fine here because of the counterplay on the king side. So yeah, I hope that he has something better prepared for this game. Because I'm not too convinced by this plan with knight at d2 and f3.
Yeah, in fact, he did lose that game, but not in the
Oh.
opening.
I see. Yeah, no, I think that year Onishuk had a very good run in the US Championship, so probably that's sort of the start of where things started going really well for him. It was a bit of a setback for Hikaru that tournament, if I remember correctly. So let's see. I mean, it was 5 years ago, so hopefully he has learned from that game. But I think indeed black should just continue with moves like bishop e6 and long castle.
Yeah, I also agree with Matsureos. If Hikaru lost that game, it's even better because he did study it later and he did improve the lines definitely.
So knight g7, knight g7 by Richie. So I guess now we just play g4, right?
Yeah.
So let's say we go
Yes,
g4.
Hikaru is
we
just reviewing his encyclopedia of the openings in his head right now and just making sure g4 is the correct line.
Yeah, another move we have in the current position would be a move like rook he1. The point being that if black goes bishop f5 here, we would trade, and if black takes with the knight, we go e4, and white's already winning because we hit the knight, and if black takes, we win the queen. But of course Richie will not fall for that. I guess here he will just play a move like bishop e6, keep it solid, and then after king b1, long castles, try to go bishop f5, then on the next move.
Yeah.
So
And still, of course, black can potentially castle short if he is ready for some aggressive play. And yeah, like Chad mentioned, the fan-cattered knight sort of defends the king, but of course it's not the best defender on that square.
yeah. So I think if Hikaru wants to fight for the advantage, he has to go g4, not allow bishop f5, which would allow too many trades. And then I think like bishop e6, king to b1, on castles. And just keep the knight on f3 so you can meet h5 with knight e5.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Hikaru is still thinking. Yeah, I also like g4 more concrete play, showing that you are playing for advantage here.
Yeah. So let's see. I mean, given the fact that he had that game against Onishuk many years ago, shows that he probably knows g4 is the move, but he probably is thinking like, okay, where should I improve compared to that game?
Yeah, in that game he played knight to d2 and b3 when black delayed knight g7 move. So in fact, in that game, first bishop e6 was played, and then knight g7 planning to play bishop e5. So Nishuk even spent more moves there on this plan. But maybe
Wait,
the
sorry.
whole plan with knight d2 b3 was not good for white.
So wait, sorry, how did that go exactly? So did Onishuk play g6 already in this position, or we said that he played bishop
So
e6?
g6 was played on the same move. The difference is that after knight f3, Anishuk played bishop e6. And then king b1 long castle, and then knight g2, and then only knight g7 by Anishuk.
Right, yeah.
So that's the difference.
Right, so I guess knight e2 is then not a move for Hikaru. He should then continue with a move like rook to c1 or knight a4 to develop some sort of initiative on the queen side. But let's see, after knight g7 he's thinking, but yeah, once again g4 is sort of the only move I see to fight for an advantage. Here we have Hikaru's position on the live feed. He has 120 on the clock. We look closely, we see Richie 122. So definitely not a position they had this morning, but like we said, they cannot be too unfamiliar with the position.
No, not at
Hikaru.
all. I think Hikaru is just choosing between two plans. He probably studied them both.
Yeah.
So what is happening? Oh, there was some development in Arunian Dominguez. No, sorry. Wait. Is it
It's a
there?
normal shed after bishop g5, right?
No, I think it was my moves. Yeah.
Yeah, so both players in the think tank. Here we have Hikaru once again. I wonder what else he could be thinking about besides g4. It's sort of the only move well, maybe he's thinking like, okay, Richie is taking a lot of time here. Maybe he's wondering if he could go rook h to e1, but I mean, black is just gonna go bishop e6 and should be very well prepared for a move like e4. I mean, e4 should always backfire because black is just gonna take. And then after knight takes, I mean, I think black is just completely fine after long castle. So I mean, the pawn on d4 is more of a weakness than anything else. And I would already maybe start preferring black here in the current position.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just checking the game of Levon against Dominguez. So the last theoretical move seems to have been knight d7, and this is where Levon played a new move.
Wait,
bishop f4. So before everyone.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
go
before I see Progananda played bishop to g3, and that's pretty much the only game in the database which was played by a strong grandmaster.
Interesting.
So
I guess
bishop g3.
So bishop g3 looks more natural in a way because the bishop on f4 can be hanging in many lines. I guess the big advantage of bishop f4 is that you can always drop the bishop back to d2. I mean, let's say black goes knight f6, let's say knight c7, king d8, and we take the rook here, I think here we pretty much lose on the spot. Do bishop b4 check. The other one we could block with the bishop, and I mean if we go to Bon Cloud, then well you get checkmated. So that is the difference between bishop f4 and bishop to g3.
Yeah. Well, in that game, it seems to be that Pragananda preferred to continue developing developing the king side and castling rather than taking the rook on a8. And Zhensaya proceeded to win that game with black. So
And
Levon
as we
definitely decided to find some new life for this line.
Yep. And as we
It's
speak,
working.
g4 has just been played by Hikaru, which does seem to be the correct move. So yeah, that's a good sign for sure. So let's see what Rapport will do here. I guess he's gonna continue with bishop e6 and on castles.
Yeah, bishop e6 is played already. So probably just king b1. Solid and prophylaxis.
Indeed, I think king b1 is the way to go. And then after so let's say we go king b1, then probably it's gonna go for queenside castle, because once again kingside castling seems a bit risky. I think we might just go someone like rook dg1 and h4 h5, which looks pretty pleasant for white, and I don't quite see what black's gonna do in the meantime. I mean, let's say you go someone like a5, I mean big deal, right? Just go h4, a4, just completely ignore it, go h5, and white should already be crushing. So I think Rapport also has to go for queenside castling, and then we could continue with moves like knight a4 and rook c1, and altogether it looks pretty pleasant for white.
Why king b1? Tyler Trash is asking. Because in many lines, when you open up the center with e4, you get this annoying check with queen g5, and just generally to bring king more to safety, and even sometimes free up the c1 square for the rook, in case if you want to open up the c file.
Indeed, yeah. So the king just sits a little bit better on b1. It also vacates the c1 square for the rook. I saw Hikaru reaching for one of the pieces. I wonder which one, to be honest. I mean, to me, king b1 looks like the move. It's very, very flexible. Like we said, the rook can always slide over. Just sits a little bit safer here. I mean, maybe white could even slide it over to a1, making sure there's never any checks on this diagonal. So I think that's just sort of the way to go, and pass the move to Richie and be like, okay, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, now the main question is which way is gonna Richard castle, because after that Hikaru will need to have a plan.
Indeed, yeah. No, it's a very good point, because after king b1, black will have to choose, and that determines white's plans. So let's have a look. So let's say, I mean, like we said, if black goes kingside castling, we switch our attention to that side of the board. But if he goes to the queen side, then all of a sudden this rook is probably gonna end up on c1, combined with moves like knight a4. And white has a small advantage, I would think.
Or also knight 2g2, maybe e4 later, or knight b3 c5 idea. There are a lot of plans, a lot of nice plans for white.
And also, by the way, thanks Clint Cutie for the prime. Now guys, if you do have Twitch Prime, make sure to throw it in. Throw in your prime to get Rapport low on time. It always works. Here's Hikaru on the live feed again. Wonder what he's thinking about besides the move king b1.
I can't help but notice how the cameras are pointed at this tournament. It's really strange. It's like they always point them quite low or quite high and cut off some of the part of the players. For instance, during tiebreakers, so that if the player like sits up, usually his head will be like cut off, but they have a lot of space from the table in the frame, and I guess it's because of the logos of the sponsors or something. But yeah, it's just really strange to see.
And Hikaru just played the move 92. Don't quite like that move, to be honest. I mean, I don't really
So
see
the
that.
idea is knight f4. In fact,
I-
Kasparov played like this.
Huh. Maybe. Maybe it makes sense. I don't know.
Well, if Kasparov played it, it might make sense.
True, true. Yeah, I guess, okay, I guess white wants to put the knight at f4. Black could play a move like h5 here as well. But here we have the option of going knight e5 or knight f4. Because after knight f4, if black takes everything and takes on g4, we have a check. King d7, this rook is protected. But after this trade, we have knight e5 with the fork of the king and the bishop. So I guess he wants to put the knight on f4. Black could then still decide a castle here. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently he feels like the knight sits better on f4. It looks like a surprising decision to me, but maybe he has looked at this with Kasparov. I don't know.
Yeah, it was played quite some time ago. In fact, all of the games in this line are quite old. Not only before Stockfish time, but some of them before even like computer times.
So let's say after 92, black goes for queenside castling, right, keeping it very solid. Let's say we go knight f4, right, stick with the plan. And black goes king to b8. I kind of wonder what we have really gained from putting the knight on f4, to be honest.
So, for example, Kasparov against Smyslov here, the plan was, I think, the pawn march on the king side, because he played bishop e2, knight e8, rerouting the knight to d6, I suppose. Yeah, knight d2, knight d6, and h4.
I mean, maybe, but I'm not too convinced, to be honest, because even if you get h5, black goes g5, and I don't know, I'm not too convinced, to be honest. But I guess we'll see. But yeah, this is really.
I wonder
how
if
they...
Hikaru. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. I was just gonna say this is really how they played in the old days with black. Just a very solid defense, right? The queen's gambit decline. These days, you see more like King's Indian or Grunfeld or all those types of things. But I think that's really how they played in the old days. But go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I wonder if Hikaru actually remembers this from the past games, because he definitely studied those games. It looks like it was some World Championship match, maybe.
Or I mean, World Championship. I guess maybe like some sort of candidates match.
Yeah. It must have been from a cycle, from the World Championship cycle.
And we have more moves in the game between Levon and Dominguez. Levon still 137 on the clock. After f6, he dropped the bishop back to d2. Now the bishop could always come to a5. Knight c3 is an option. And once again, the fact that Levon is blitzing everything out is very, very worrying for Dominguez. Because Levon knows all the correct moves here. And Dominguez, he's already on his own. So it's looking pretty good for Levon right now, but it's of course too early to say.
Yeah, it looks like currently it's like 40 minutes difference, and Levon is not planning to start thinking any soon.
Yeah. Indeed, so that is what's happening there. Richie still thinking after LeBron Aronian indeed, or Levy Aronian, but 92 by Hikaru on the board. So what could black do here? So I mean, the knight is coming to f4, I guess. I think short castling is still way too dangerous, especially with this other knight coming here, because then white is fully prepared to march the h-pawn down the board. Because the long castle is still on plan, right? We go knight f4, then I kind of think king b8 makes sense. The king also sits a little bit safer over here. And I think moves like a4 are always out of the question. Black always has it covered with moves like queen of b4. So we'll see how Hikaru will proceed here. Very interesting game so far.
Yeah. So both of them are thinking.
Indeed.
Right. Yeah, Linear will definitely get into some time trouble quite soon if he continues thinking like that.
I guess so, yeah. So of course 55 minutes is still, a lot of time, and also he has already made 15 moves, right? So 25
True.
moves is still quite a lot, but of course, as you mentioned, I think f3 was the first move from where he was on his own. So he spent already 40 minutes or something on 95 and f6, and besides the time pressure, of course, also the position could become a real problem, because Levant knows all the subtleties of this one.
Yeah, but still, bishop g6 seems like the most natural move here. Can't really see anything else.
Yeah.
Bishop d2 stops bishop b4, so black needs to continue developing. That's the only move. Like developing bishop on c8 is probably not so crucial.
For
You
sure.
need to think of king safety. My just on the top of the head is bishop d6, rook e8, e7, and king e8, and just fingers crossed and run.
Right, so you're saying bishop d6. Right, so let's make a couple moves. Bishop d6 has just been played by Linier. So let's say we go knight c3 here, right? And actually Levant is thinking for a little bit. Is Levant out of preparation now is what I wonder. Because he's not blitzing anymore.
Or maybe he just wants to make sure he remembers correctly. He probably still is in kind of prep. Maybe he did not look in this exact position, but just looked for general plans and ideas here.
And by the way, as we speak, long castles is on the board by Rapport. So let's see what Hikaru will do. I mean, I think knight f4 is sort of the only move that makes sense. And yeah, I'm curious to see how the game will develop from there. Wonder what Richie will do. I guess king to b8 looks very, very logical. And then it's up to Hikaru, right? I mean, all these moves look pretty logical. Now there's no easy moves. I mean, king b1 is still a move. But I guess black... I mean, maybe he could then start rerouting this knight on g7, which is a bit passive. Like, let's say knight e8 to d6, where it sits very, very solid. Bishop could drop back to c8 in some cases, and yeah, it's difficult for white to come up with a plan here.
Yeah, he can make a waiting move king b1, but then black also can respond with king b8, and knight e4 seems logical since he already played knight e2. The question is whether the bishop will go to safety or remain on e6. Yeah, he can actually play bishop c8 after king b8, so maybe playing knight f4 immediately makes more sense.
Right, so yeah, knight f4 is the move we expect, then king to b8 by Richie. And I guess then we'll just have to wait and see what is going to happen. But I mean, Levant is already thinking for 2 minutes here. So I guess he is just gonna... he might be on his own from now on.
Unacceptable. He's still waiting. He's still using his extra time. Still 5 minutes more before his actual 1 hour and 30 minutes will start ticking.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite crazy. Once I saw Nepo winning the game against someone also like 27 plus. I think it was at the European teams, maybe, or European clubs event, like somewhere like 2016, 2015. At the end, when his opponent resigned in like almost checkmated, Nepo had like 1 hour 45 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and it's always tough to lose a game like that. Right, so King B1 has been played by Hikaru. I wonder why not knight f4, because here maybe Richie does have the possibility to go h5. Actually, let's say black goes h5. How do we deal? Or I guess we still have knight e5, right? Because then, once again, black can never play f6. He hangs this pawn. Richie could, of course, follow with king to b8. I guess it should be around even. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see how this one proceeds.
Yeah, against h5, I also quite like g5, although it's very committal move, leaving f5 square for the knight, and it will happily land there. But at the same time, g5 restricts the play on the king side and emphasize how weak will be the pawn on f7 or maybe e6 in case if white takes the bishop later.
Right. Right.
Maybe even
maybe
even play knight h2 g4 later and put the knight on f6.
Okay. So you're saying.
Interesting. Yeah, if h5, white might play g5.
Right. So g5, and then let's say black goes bishop f5. What was your plan?
Probably just knight f4 for now.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's just a very
It's still
static.
equal.
Yeah, it should be equal. Position is very static, right? The structure is sort of fixed, so to speak. So there will be a lot of slow maneuvering. This game might go on for quite some time. You know, both players maneuvering back and forth, trying to find a opening in the opponent's position. So it will be interesting to see how this game will proceed. And Levant, by the way, has moved. He's playing knight at g3.
Interesting. Knight g3 with the idea knight f5, right? Or e4.
Wait, sorry, what were you saying?
The knight is going to f5 or e4, right?
Right.
Or
yeah.
maybe just to give space for the bishop on e2.
Yeah,
But
indeed.
what about bishop takes g3 idea? Because the black king is not very safe. So since it's already like that, why not to open up the white king a little bit and play h5, h4?
Indeed.
Spicy.
For sure. So let's see. So knight g3 by Levant. So black could take here. Knight g3. Is knight g3? I wonder if knight g3 is still his preparation, or if Levant is bluffing. Right? Sometimes he's just playing very, very fast and just pretending that he's still in his preparation. Of course, it's annoying for his opponent. But I mean, on the other hand, given the fact that he spent 4 minutes, tells me that he might be on his own as well. So it's a weird situation.
Yeah, of course, it can be a lot of like kind of mind games where you play fast and then you don't remember what to play and the move seems okay, so you just play it really fast so that your opponent thinks that you're in your prep and gets tricked. Because the similar situation happened in Isle of Man a few years ago. Do you remember that situation where they had to move the board of Shirov against I cannot quite remember with whom he was playing, but Karyakin was playing Yuyenyi, I think. Or was Shirov playing Yuyenyi? And the board was identical. They were sitting right next to each other, And after like 12 moves, the position was identical on two boards. And of course, like the entire playing hall kept coming there and like smiling and looking at everyone, and everyone had like all this staring contest. So the arbiters just at some point just resigned and just asked Shirov and Yi to move to another room where the lower boards were playing. It was quite funny and like a really strange situation because it doesn't happen that often. You can have like similar positions, but not when the players are sitting like right next to each other. But the funny thing is that later turned out that Karyakin already played Yu Yi in that line, and he made a mistake, but Yu Yi did not realize, and then Karyakin won that game. Here, Shirov was playing Yu Yi, and Karyakin forgot the line, and he played the wrong move, and it was repeated on the second board. So everyone believed Karyakin, who played the wrong move. They did not punish him for that. And like Shirov also believed him and played the same move. So it's really strange, but like when you play it fast, and Karyakin did play it fast, so everyone trusted him. I'm sure you can find one of the articles by Peter Doggers on chess.com about that situation, because like we had a photo of these two boards next to each other with the same position. And I think Karyakin also tweeted something later and explained like what exactly he missed, and like that he played Yu before, like a couple of years before that. Yeah, and there was like Twitter exchanges. It's really funny, really strange situation. But yeah, just speaking of how you can trust your opponent when they keep playing fast, that actually works.
Right. Yeah, no, it's pretty funny. Yeah, sometimes it happens that two identical games are happening in the same playing hall, and then sometimes, yeah, it feels like you can just sort of look at the other game, see what's happening there. But yeah, then to move the board is of course a little bit weird. But I mean, what else are you gonna do, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Hikaru seems to be thinking here after King d8. I guess knight f4 has got to be the move there. And then yeah, maybe this bishop drops back to c8, or black starts this maneuver with a knight at d6. Either way, I guess black should be doing fine here.
Actually, I have the link for you, chat. I just found it. Easy. It's easy to find articles on chess.com. You usually just Google like what exactly you need to find, and it's there. Yeah, it was Shirov Dreyev. Yeah, Shirov Dreyev and Karyakin against Yuni, or vice versa. And yeah, I think Karyakin proceeded to win that game, and Shirov against you was a draw.
Right. Hikaru is thinking in the current position. And yeah, Levon, he's already up almost 50 minutes on the clock, so that is definitely very worrisome for Dominguez. Rook c1 has just been played by Hikaru, but let's say black, I guess h5 can still be met with knight e5, right? Or
yeah, for sure.
Although, I mean, now the rook is out of the way. Maybe black can go knight d7 here, hit the knight. So, makes me wonder what he has planned here. Of course, after h5, he could always play g5. I mean, black gets the bishops off, but after knight f4, I mean, now if the knight lands on e5, the knight can never really be challenged, because f6 can always be captured. So the knight will be on a semi-outpost, so to speak. Right, because it can really be challenged by the black pawn, so I guess h5 isn't too worrying for us, we just go g5. And the question is, what should black do instead? Maybe maneuvering this knight around to d6 is still very solid. I mean, so let's say knight e8 happens.
And plan to play knight c4 later, right?
Right, yeah, or maybe just moving this bishop out of the way. So let's say the knight lands on d6. We make a random move, like let's say knight at d2. Maybe this bishop drops back to c8. The rook can always come to f to e8. Black could play for f5 in some cases. I don't know. I guess, yeah, both sides should be completely fine here, I would think.
Yeah, I wonder if white can also play knight f3, knight e5 later. I don't know.
Yeah.
Although we already played knight d2 with the intention to play maybe e4 or knight b3, c5. There are a lot of options for Hikaru. He still has slight advantage and like just more positional space to use.
For sure, yeah. So rook c1. Rapport is still thinking, but yeah, I kind of like this maneuver, bring the knight around the d6. He could also play a move like bishop c8. And maybe going for f5 quickly, although f5 can always be maybe g5. I guess we just go knight f4. But here then black has the additional option of going knight e6 and offering the knight trade right away. So I would think that either way, black should be fine here.
What do you think about this pawn structure in case if they will trade, say, a couple of rooks and queens?
So how exactly? So let's say queen c5 comes.
Well, for example, yeah, we played knight f4, say bishop c8. I just mean if this pawn structure will remain like that and they trade some pieces, yeah, like maybe queen c5, and
Right, yeah.
I don't know, maybe, of course, here knight can go to d6, but black
True,
can
yeah.
also take.
Yeah, if black takes on c5, I mean, of course we can take with the rook, but actually here we have the additional option of taking with the pawn, which could be very interesting, because now we get this d4 square for our
Beautiful.
knight. So I think this would be a nice positional trick for white. I guess if this were to happen, black should decline the queen trade on c5 specifically, because we get this nice pawn structure.
Yeah, maybe
and
just play rook e8, yeah.
100%, yeah, just play rook e8 and let white trade, because I think this pawn structure should be approximately even maybe a touch more pleasant for white, but very, very solid for sure. So we'll see what Richard will come up with. But I think with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking our very first break of today. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Welcome back, everyone, to the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Maria, what do you make of Hikaru's game against Richard Rapport?
Hi everyone again, and it's pretty interesting game. I really like how white developed and gained some space on the king side, and yeah, it's a lot of plans for Hikaru. It's I'm really curious how he will proceed with yeah, he played knight f4, right?
Right, and we saw Richie playing knight e8, so I guess he's gonna go knight at d6 any moment now. It looks like the most logical move. The bishop could always drop back to c8. So I guess that's what Richard should go for. So let's try to make a couple moves. Let's say black goes knight at d6. What should white do here? I mean, I'm not too convinced by trading here.
Maybe pin it
So knight queen c5.
with queen d5.
Right, so that's a logical move. Let's say bishop to c8.
Well, I have some ideas with well, white can always play g5, getting some more space. I actually like g5 before black has played h5, because it stops both pawns.
Right, yeah, true. On the other hand, it does give black the possibility to go h6, put this pawn under pressure. So that is one
And
thing.
h4, yeah, opens up for bishop g4.
Indeed, there's always bishop g4 that you have to reckon with. Hitting the knight that's defending the pawn on g5. So, but once again, as we discussed, if somehow magically this endgame arises on the board, it should always be quite pleasant for Hikaru. So we think that Richard should always decline it with a move like knight at d6.
True.
And as we see on the live feed, Richie is at the board while Hikaru stood up, and Levon is also walking around. And in that other game, let's see what is happening.
Yeah, I mean, Levon must have walked a lot today. The full stretching exercise for him.
No,
More
indeed.
than an hour of just walking in the playing hall.
Yeah, and so let's see. So what has happened in this game? So knight g3 was played, queen of b8, king f2, rook e8 by black, and bishop e2 by Levon. And so, yeah, I wonder if Levon is still in his preparation. I mean, it looks like I like the moves Lenier has made. The one thing, of course, that is not worrying for him is the fact that he's down an hour on the clock. And Levon is still playing very, very fast. I guess he wants to go rook e1 on the next move. And I don't know, it looks easier for white in a way, in the sense that it feels like black has something to prove, right? Given the fact that he's down the exchange.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. It's a very easy play for white. Like, yeah, they might be down the material, but I think from a human perspective, that was a very good solution for Levon to make your opponent thinking a lot. While you have really easy plan, you just need to bring the king to safety. King f2, knight g3, bishop e2, and rook e1 are all moves that you make without thinking.
Need 100%. So I guess here Levon is going to play the move rook e1, activating the rook and making sure the king can always sit safely on the g1 square. And yeah, once again, it's sort of up to Lenier what he should do. So I was just wondering, let's say we play a move like rook e1. Let's say black goes bishop b6. How exactly are we going to defend this pawn over here on d4? I mean, maybe just bishop a5, trading those bishops off that way. Should be an option, but I mean,
maybe, but at the same time, do you really want to take that pawn? Like, it opens up the d file, and the king is still there.
True. Yeah, it definitely.
Knowing Levon, he probably will sack it, even if he is not sure if it's working.
Right. So maybe something like king back takes. And king
yeah, for
h1.
example, king. Yeah, king g1 if takes. Yeah. Okay, you take it with a check, which is of course tempting. But then what next?
Indeed.
Because
yeah,
now the
here...
threats are bishop a5. Attacking the bishop and the knight.
Right, so here in the current position, it feels like the black king is still very weak in the center. Also, the black queenside majority is not really going anywhere. So this should be pretty good for white. And yeah, once again, I don't really see another move here for white besides the move rook e1. So I think that's what Levon is going to do pretty quickly.
I'm surprised he's thinking even.
Yeah, true. Of course, he also doesn't want to blitz out every move. So yeah, so in Levon's game, he's up an hour to 50 minutes on the clock. In Hikaru's game, the time is approximately even. Hikaru's 1 hour and 2 minutes on the clock, Richie 56 minutes. So both players, I think, are doing a pretty good job on the clock. I mean, they're taking their time, but still playing fairly fast. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. I guess Hikaru just wants to keep it solid. I think for Hikaru, the faster the time control gets, the better that should be for him, generally. So he shouldn't mind too much if this game ends in a draw. But of course, then he will be black in the second game. So we'll see how that goes. But I think if he makes it to the rapid, his chances increase. And if it comes to the blitz, his chances increase even more. So
yeah, he's a massive favorite against almost anyone in this tournament, and including Rapport. Actually, I cannot really remember Rapport winning any tiebreaker apart from yesterday.
True. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't. I mean, I can't, from on top of my head, I can't quite recall a World Cup where I've seen him play a lot of all the tiebreaks. I do know that in the recent St. Louis Raptor and Blitz that was held in August of 2021, I think he came in second or third, right behind Hikaru. So he did do very well in that tournament. He's definitely a very strong player in Rapid, but of course Hikaru ranks a bit higher. So yeah.
Tata still? Did he play the tiebreak in Tata?
No, in tiebreak he came shared second, so there wasn't a tiebreak in that tournament.
Yeah. I mean, they played a lot of Armageddon games in Norway chess, of course.
Right.
But all the important matches, I think he lost. He was mostly winning in classical games. He lost to Karyakin, he lost to Carlsen in Armageddon. I feel like he just doesn't have an appropriate opening repertoire for those sudden death games.
Right. Let's see if I can pull it up somewhere how he did in that tournament. I'm very curious to see indeed how he did. Do you have the results?
Yeah, I found the
somewhere?
World Cup. Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up.
From the World Cup.
Yeah, but did he? Why can't I? Reason it doesn't find it. Oh, did he not play in the World Cup?
Wait, Richie did not play? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
That's
it looks
surprising.
like. Yeah, he did not play in the World Cup.
Huh. Alright, so I was just trying to check in on the results. So in Norway Chess 2021, Richard actually beat Karyakin in the Armageddon in Norway Chess. He lost the Armageddon to Magnus.
And to Nepo.
And he beat Nepo in the tiebreak.
There was two games
Right, yeah.
between each player, right? So
Right,
maybe-
he lost to Nepo in their tiebreak, and that was pretty much it. He was doing pretty well, but at some point he ran out of steam. The one thing, one of the
Yeah,
things Hikaru
he started
has
really
go-
well.
100%. The one thing Hikaru has going for him is the fact that Hikaru had a nice rest day yesterday, while Richard had to fight it out in a tiebreak against Radoslav Wojtasek. Besides, Richie just came from the Tata Steel Chess Tournament in Vaikanze, while Hikaru had a lot of time to prepare and rest. So Richie is just going from one tournament, one game to another. Hikaru's had a lot more time to prepare and rest. So that's definitely in Hikaru's favor, especially in a tournament like this, where the stakes are pretty high, and at some point it all just accumulates, right? So we'll see how Richie will deal with that. And in the current position, it looks completely fine for him, but he's down 10 minutes.
So he's still thinking on this move.
Hikaru rests
Interesting.
by streaming 6 hours a day. Yeah, and dealing with you guys.
I don't know what's worse.
No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. You guys are relaxing. That's what I'm saying. I mean,
Shut up, I'm kidding.
yeah. No, I was saying like it's a good thing to deal with you guys. And also, guys, we're watching two classical games here, in which you're new here. Oh no.
Oh no.
No, guys, we love you guys. We appreciate you guys being here every day with all the love and support. It's just that we're waiting 10 minutes for a move to be made, so just thought we're trying to stir up some drama. Here.
Microwave effect.
The microwave effect, indeed. Well, actually,
It will never leave, that's good.
Actually, what microwave are you guys talking about? I have no idea.
Actually, I have a coffee machine here behind me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, let's...
Is it smart? Of
nothing
course it
beats
is.
a
It is GM level.
There's no microwave. There's no microwave behind me, you guys. I mean, there's a couch. I don't see a microwave. I don't know what you guys were talking about.
It's literally 5 head.
Yeah.
I cannot see it now.
All right. The microwave isn't real. Huh. Anyway, so halftime. Who are you most excited for Deutschland for? All right, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
Eminem, definitely Eminem, always.
Right. Yeah. I didn't win the microwave. I just bought it a while ago.
No, microwave. What book? No, it was microwave.
Yeah. I need the microwave, of course. Without that, this commentary would be nothing. All right. So let's see. So 96 by Richie. I don't know what. No, I know, guys. There's a Super Bowl. I don't. Yeah. To be honest, I don't care really. But
Not
I
really a
guess.
thing in Europe.
I mean,
But you cannot say you don't care. No, Benjamin. You cannot do that. You cannot say you don't care. They will never forgive us.
Yeah. Well, don't tell Hikaru, but I don't care about the Super Bowl. Yeah. Don't tell him that. But anyway, knight at d6. Maybe you move like queen c5.
Yeah, I like queen c5.
Clipped and shipped.
Delivered to the board. Now we will see the guy coming up to Hikaru with iPad to show a clip how you said you don't care about Super Bowl.
Right.
Disgrace.
I mean, how can you care about the Super Bowl if we have the semi-final of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin here? That's what we need commercials for. Anyway, knight at d6 played. I mean, queen c5 once again is a move, but I don't really see a follow-up, I guess. I mean, maybe we put the queen... I mean, maybe we just play very, very slowly, right? Let's say bishop c8. Maybe something like... I don't even know. Let's say queen here. But the question really is, what is my plan? Or maybe the knight coming to e5, but there's always f6. So it's looking pretty even-steven to me.
Yeah, it is. It really depends on if Rapport will be in the mood for something crazy today, then Hikaru definitely will get a chance. Otherwise, if he plays solid, I don't think White can get many chances, at least in the middle game. As you said, the end game pawn structure is better for White. It's quite often that White puts the pawn on g4 for positional reasons to restrict both f5 and h5, and then in the endgame White can also create a pass pawn using the fact that pawn on d4 stops c5, so the pawn minority actually still doesn't give chances for Black to create a pass pawn on the queen side. So endgame would be slightly in White's favor. Again, nothing really terrible for Black, but just some chances.
Indeed, yeah, no, 100%. Some of the endgames can be slightly more pleasant for White, which is why the knight on d6 stops White from ever trading the queens. And yeah, I'm a bit struggling to find a plan here. I mean, h4 for the moment is just impossible because it just hangs a pawn. Rook dg1 and h4 looks kind of off. Also don't really see what it would achieve. So I guess White should keep his attention somewhat on the queen side. So I guess someone like queen of c5 has to be played.
Yeah. By the way, in the Minki's game, the move rook e1 was played, and right now Levon is sacrificing on d4. So we might see Linier, who doesn't really have much time to think, and probably is tempted to take it and at least suffer, but for one extra pawn.
Right.
And if he does, these things will really get crazy here.
For sure. So let's say he takes on d4. I guess we slide the king over to h1, where it sits completely safe.
And
then
now
bishop.
there is a threat of winning a piece, so where does the bishop go? Or the knight, maybe knight e3.
Knight e3 is an option, but maybe someone like takes a knight f5. I mean, this looks very scary. You hit this, you hit this. The king is still very, very unsafe. Knight could always hop to d6. So looking pretty good for white. And yeah, Lenier already down to 26 minutes. He's still down an hour on the clock for 19 more moves to be made. I think it's looking very, very good for Levant to strike here, and that would put him in a very good position to win this match.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he also had a rest day yesterday, while Dominguez had to fight a very tough opponent who was a favorite in that matchup, Wesley Saw. So yeah.
Indeed. So yeah, let's see. I guess we'll just have to wait for more moves, especially in Hikaru's game. It's looking. I give Levant very good chances to strike here, given the fact that he's up an hour on the clock. The position looks very dangerous for black. For Hikaru, it can really go either way. I mean, maybe it's a bit better for white, but black is very, very solid, and time is evening up here. So let's see. I mean, yeah, maybe a4 is an option here, actually. Let's say we go a4 to try to go a5. If black goes a5, I guess that works out in our favor, because I don't see how black can protect the pawn on a5. And if you take here, all of a sudden your knight is a bit trapped. So maybe a4 is an option, but could backfire, right? Black could just put a knight on c4 and stop a5 that way. So yeah, we'll just have to
maybe black can play knight c4, but I don't know.
So which one?
Probably knight from b6, so that a5 does not. Although you cannot play a5 anyway.
So we cannot play b3 here because that would hang our queen. So let's say I prepare that with a move like king a2, then maybe b3 on the next move, and if the knight moves back, then maybe a5. Could be a plan. Once again, it's all very, very slow. So this is definitely an option. Maybe for that reason, black could also anticipate it with a move like bishop to c8, and if a5 now knight c4, because how are you going to protect this pawn, right?
Yeah.
So this could be annoying. So white might have to prepare this with a move like, I don't know, king e2 first. But yeah, it's a solid position for black. It's difficult to crack it with white.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, what else can we come up with apart from a4? Knight e5 doesn't really threaten with anything. Maybe stops knight c4.
Well, actually, I was wondering about knight e5. So black has the option of going f6 and hitting knight, but the question is how this plays out, right? Here we could take on g6, and after the queen moves, let's say here, we do get a rook and 2 pawns for 2 minor pieces. So I think white can claim some sort of an advantage here, right? So this is one option. Then let's say black does not play f6. What is he gonna do? So maybe bishop c8, but do we have... I guess we do not have this move. But the point of queen takes c6 is that if black takes, we take with a check. And if the king moves, we take here. And all of a sudden we're up 2 pawns and white should be more or less winning. But after queen takes c6, black can also not take here, because we throw in a check and then we take the queen and we're winning. But I guess black goes f6 first, hitting the knight. And as soon as this knight moves, then he takes here. So very, very tricky, all of this. But then I guess if you don't have a follow-up after bishop c8, knight e5 is a bit of a loose shot, so to speak, right? The knight can get hit later on, and then you can lose a lot of time. So I guess Hikaru is looking at stuff like that, but he also probably doesn't see a clear plan.
Yeah, chat is spamming blunder by Linier. Well, it's not really a blunder. He he just is collapsing under the pressure of the time situation, and it's not clear what to do. But yeah, knight 95 seems logical because 95 proceeds with knight c6 attacking d4, but now white is gonna open up the position. Something will come like b3, or I don't know. He needs to get rid of that knight on d5 in order to attack the king.
Indeed, yeah, this knight on d5 is still holding the position together. Chad is yelling blunder, but Chad, does 95 hang a piece? I don't see how 95 hangs a piece, so I don't know.
No, it doesn't. Now, right now the pawn is pinned on d4, so Levon most likely will play king h1, and
Right.
then the knight is hanging. And note that the pawn is still hanging on d4, so Linear could have taken it, but he realizes that after bishop a5 check, there will be consequences. So, yeah, first knight king h1, and then the discovery is, there is not the discovery, but the check with pin, the very nasty pin on d file. Yeah, king
Right.
h1 played.
So king h1 by Levant. So yeah, as you pointed out, black cannot take on d4 because we've thrown a check and black is losing on the spot. Because black's gonna either lose the bishop or the knight, and white's gonna take white's attack rages on. So bishop takes d4 is impossible. Linier cannot do that, and now his knight is under attack. So the question is, where is he gonna go? Maybe to c6, and he wants to take with the knight on d4. That'll make a lot of sense. And I don't know, but still, like you said earlier, if black takes on d4, we can't be too concerned about that, because that really opens up the d file, and the king will get under a lot of pressure. So,
Yeah, I guess he will play b3 maybe. I mean, defending d4 doesn't really give white anything, so I like b4, or
right, so if
I was thinking about something like knight h5, but it probably doesn't.
oh
Like, yeah,
wait,
just g6.
b3 actually pretty much, doesn't it win pretty much right away? Because I mean, black cannot let white take here, then the position just rips open. And
Yeah.
if you go c3, we take on b5, and now black's in trouble.
Yeah.
If you take on d2, we take on e8, and then take the knight, and we're winning too much material. And
Yeah, it
if
always
black
checks.
takes on e1 first, we take with the bishop. The bishop is safe, although there's still this, but this should definitely be progress for white, because the position is opening up a lot here. And it's definitely difficult for black to hang on here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it looks super scary. Close to losing.
Indeed, yeah. So Linier had some compensation if he could keep the position close, and especially some sort of blockade over here. But if Levant can open it up, he's just up in exchange. The black king is weak, so it's looking very, very tough for Linier. I mean, if he loses this game, he'll have to come back with white pieces. And I don't know, Levant has been looking very, very comfortable so far in this tournament. Knight c6 played by Dominguez. So let's see, after b3, another option for black would be maybe bishop takes d4, because you hit the rook over here. But I mean, I guess we just take, right? Because if you take here, we take here. The knight's under attack and the bishop is under attack, and it's just game over. And if you recapture, then maybe the easiest is just rook b1, hitting the queen, and then taking on c4 on the next move. Once again, the position opens up, the black king is still in the middle, and white should just be crushing.
That's the problem. You have all the pieces in the center, which is supposed to be good, but when you don't have pawns defending them, they will just crumble. Especially that the king is always on the way, so these pieces get pinned. You need the pawns to defend them.
Indeed, 100%. Yeah, what would really help black would be someone like a pawn on e6, which would defend the knight on d5. But now the knight is simply loose. It's always hanging in a lot of variations. So I guess Levant must be looking at b3, sorry, because this line after c3, bishop takes b5 is quite trivially winning for white. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna go b3. It looks like the right move, and it's just too tempting to just blast open the position. Like, it's just really what you want to do. And in the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking, which shows that he's not sure what he should do. He's been thinking for like 15 minutes now. And b3 has been played by Levon, yeah. He's going to win this game, I'm going to call it. His position just looks crushing, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, chat is saying that Levon will probably take some time thinking, but no. In this position, this is pretty much the only move that he would consider, because you need to break this open. You need to give a lot of space for the bishops. The pair of bishops is just waiting for the position to open up and for them to start playing.
Yeah, and here we have Hikaru on the main screen, thinking after move knight e6. So let's see what he is going to do. Yeah, and this is really when Levon is at his best. Sometimes he's just, blitzing out the right moves, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent, and you just feel like you're playing against a machine. I mean, what are you going to do? It's sort of, as you described, sometimes when Nepo is in good shape, it's the same thing, right? He's just making his moves very, very quickly, putting a lot of pressure, and besides making his move quickly, he's also making good moves, and that is a combination that is very, very difficult to deal with. Here we see the same thing with Levon. But yeah, I don't know. What move do you think Hikaru is gonna come up with here?
Well, I feel like maybe queen c5. The other option, knight e5. I don't really like knight e5. Allows f6 with a tempo.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe another rook, like rook e1 or something.
Right, but I mean, I think e4 never really plays out in our favor. So
Yeah.
I doubt that that's what he should do. So I guess queen c5 is sort of what he should do. And just take it from there. Once again, I don't really see a plan. So we'll see.
Or maybe rook g1 with the idea h4, h5. I don't know. Now opening up that h file is probably also not in white's favor. We currently have some ideas on the queen side. No need to give black any ideas on the king side.
Yeah. Wait,
Yeah,
Hikaru
right now,
has
black doesn't
moved.
really have-
So we talked about this move a4. Pretty interesting move. So he wants to push with a5. Now, as we said, if black goes knight bc4, we just play someone like king a2 and b3 on the next move, and then white keeps some play. I guess the thing though for Hikaru is that he cannot play a5 right away. Like, let's say black goes bishop c8, we cannot play this move, because after knight c4 we do not have a good defense. So he should
So
make...
we would need to play b3 first, and then we might play a5.
Yeah, I like your suggestion b3 to prepare to move a5. Of course, this does give black the time to prepare for it. So, I mean, maybe knight d7, or maybe even knight a8 in some cases to maneuver the knight around to c7, where it sits very, very solid.
Yeah. You also get knight e6 square because the bishop is on c8.
Indeed, yeah. So let's say knight a8, right? Let's say we go a5. I guess black has to go a6, because allowing a6 from white looks unpleasant. Yeah, and then this is very solid for black. I mean, yes, your queen on c5 can never be challenged, but the queen side is completely locked here, I would think. So
Yeah.
it will be very interesting to see how this will play out.
Yeah, and a6 is a very stockfish move. Alpha zero move.
From black?
No, if white, if Hikaru will push the pawn all the way.
Oh, yeah.
Because we are not worried to give this pawn up, even if the bishop was on c8. Of course, opening up the position like that is suicidal for black.
Right, yeah. Like, if black would allow a6, this would be very tricky, because the pawn on p7 comes under attack. If black takes, then we take, and this whole trade is very favorable for white. Well, actually not this one because of queen e4, but something like knight e5 and knight takes c6, and it's looking pretty good for white. because we weaken the pawn on c6. It's lost its support from the b pawn. So that's why black should stop a6. But let's see how Richie will do so. He could... a6 is not necessary in the current position. And it would invite some sort of knight e5 move and maybe some sacrifices. So let's see.
Yeah, it does look pretty scary, because c6 is also a fork. So maybe black would need to play f6 immediately.
Right, so after a4, okay, maybe, yeah, black could play f6 right away. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then after a5, there's still knight to c4, I guess. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wonder if you can still play a6 even here. Because if b6 we play b3 and c6 is...
Well, there's always knight a3.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries, no worries.
It's not my queen, so...
Yeah, indeed. But of course b6 does carry the drawback that the pawn on c6 is now permanently weak. So even
knight
just...
d2.
Indeed, maybe knight d2. If we get this trade on the board, this should be pretty good for white, because we always have pressure on this pawn. So let's see how Richie will deal with this. I think a6 is quite risky. a5, as we said, is not a move. Do the queen c5 and you cannot defend this properly. So he will have to allow a5, but as we said, a5 is not a threat right away due to knight c4, and defending this pawn on a5 is very uncomfortable. So let's see.
Couple of moves played in Dominguez game. And computer thinks it's already almost dead lost.
Let's have a look there. Oh wait,
So
Richie
after
has...
b3 he played c3. That looks like a complete meltdown.
By the way, in a quick update in Richie's game, he's played knight d to c4, and I just had a very quick glance at the computer. It's saying pawn a5, but how is that not just hanging a pawn?
I guess it does, but there is some tactics with queen c5 and then b4, right? Queen c5, you have to do something with the queen.
You have to
Queen
take.
c5, dc5, knight is hanging, and next move is b4. And we win the pawn back. Which looks all very nice, but does it actually give white any advantage? So takes on c4, knight g5. You have to trade way too many pieces.
A5 is not going to happen. I think there's no chance
Yeah,
of A5
I also
happening.
don't think so. It's too
Because-
forcing.
Yeah, this whole line doesn't really make sense to me. Like a5, black's going to take. Queen is c5, black takes, take. This knight is under attack. I guess the idea is that if the knight comes to c4, this knight will be trapped at some point. I don't know, but black could also just go knight at d7. Then as you said, b4, knight c4. I guess we take, but if we take on e6 and take on c4, black has rook f8 and is completely fine. So I'm not seeing it.
Well, I guess one small advantage for white here is that white has two pawn islands, so to speak, and black has three, with the pawn on e6 being a weakness in theory, but with such a small amount of pieces left on the board, it's probably hard to take advantage of it, and the black king will quickly jump into the game as well, defending that pawn from d7. So yeah, I'm not sure if Hikaru even needs to calculate that.
100%,
It's too
yeah.
computer line, too fancy.
Yeah, no, I agree. Chad was saying knight at g5, but I'm having a hard time believing it. I mean, knight g5 makes sense because you attack this bishop.
Knight
and
g5
black doesn't-
immediately.
In this position,
No,
yeah. And
wait,
black doesn't have a
wait.
good way of defending
Ah,
it
yeah.
because you cannot move the bishop. Because let's say you go here, we just trade a knight f7 and we have a fork. And if black plays a move Well, I guess if black goes rook d8 to defend, now we take and we take here, and we are a bit better because of what you said. Black has 3 pawn islands, pawn on e6 is always a bit weak. This position looks quite pleasant for white, but I'm having a really hard time believing a5. It just...
yeah, but also in that last line with knight g5, black also has a counterplay with rook f8, giving up the pawn on e6, rook d to f8, so we don't have a fork with the knight. Yeah, and then if white takes on e6 twice, then rook takes f2 and black has enough compensation.
Yeah, black should be completely fine here. White could instead take this pawn here, and after e5 or g5, he's just in time to go knight d3 and defend this pawn. But I mean, it's all very, very deep, and to just sacrifice a pawn like this, I think there's just no way. I think there's just no way. But maybe we'll see. Whether let's see.
Yeah, I just think if any of these moves were hard to find for black, then Hikaru would have gone for that, so that he might get an advantage if Rapport doesn't find the right moves. But here it's all pretty much forced, and he definitely will find the moves after trading queens. So I don't know. It's better to keep the tension, I think.
Right, so he could also play a move like king a2, preparing the move b3. Once again, we know that b3 is not a move here, because you hang your queen. So he could play king a2. The only drawback is, let's say black plays a move like bishop c8, right? If we go b3 here, black can always throw in a check. We go back, and then maybe queen at b4 with a pin. Although, here we could trade the queens, I guess. So, to me, a move like king a2 is more likely. I think he's gonna go king a2. I know Hikaru is gonna go king a2, I think. But chat was saying after a5 there's queen b4. Yeah, no, there's also this move, because if you take the knight, there's knight a3. And you lose your queen. So, I think there's 0% chance of a5 happening. He's gonna go king a2. Here we have Hikaru on the big screen.
Chat is saying Levon blunder. Well, no, Levon's position is still winning.
Yeah, Levon did play b3, and after c3 he took on b5, and after black took the black played bishop d. We will show you that, guys. We will show you guys that game shortly, but for now we will have Hikaru on the main screen. He's not on the main screen all the time, so let's enjoy it while we have him there. Let's enjoy it. That's a bit weird, but yeah, we will pull up that game later on, you guys. Don't worry. Hikaru's, by the way, still thinking. He's getting down to 38 minutes after 18 moves. Do I think this is a position that Hikaru and Lil Jon looked at, or a position Hikaru decided to go? He's definitely on his own here. I guess maybe he didn't even expect the Queen's Gambit decline. Yeah, no, I'm saying I'm doing this for you guys. You guys enjoy the view. So here you guys have it. This is the game between Levon and Lenier. So after b3, c3 was played, white took on b5. We show you guys that if black takes on d2, we take the rook, and now we take on c6, and white is winning the game. So, and if black takes on e1, and then wants to take on d2 on the next move, we take with the bishop, saving it, and white is winning. So Lenier played bishop d7, white traded, and now played bishop to e1, saving the bishop, and this just looks winning for white. He can go knight e2 on the next move, round him this pawn on c3, and it just doesn't feel like black should have enough here, I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I actually like the way Levon played, still saving the bishop on b5. Yeah, the taking on c6 instead of bishop e1 was slightly better according to the engine, but the engine does not take any human additional situations to account, because linear is really down on time. So keeping
Yeah.
more pieces and allowing him more space to blunder is actually better. It's just strategically better in this situation for Levon. And also, don't forget that the engine which we see while watching the games is pretty weak. So it won't show the depths. But yeah, the depths is only 21. So I don't think we see all of the potential of that move.
Indeed. So yeah, you point out very nicely that indeed for Levon, it's good to keep more pieces on the board because Linier is getting low on the clock. So the more pieces that are on the board, the more complicated the position is, and the more likely it is that Linier will go wrong. In the meantime, though, Hikaru's gotta go. He's down to 35 minutes and 22 more moves to be made. So he's gotta go here.
Evil bar. Yeah. That's true, actually. It is an evil bar for everyone.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's better to switch it off and to think on your own, because it makes you relax and stop thinking and stop analyzing, and you just forget how to think on your own when you look at the position. Because in the game you will not have this opportunity.
Indeed, 100%. And yeah, we will have it up, of course, to give you guys an idea of what the approximate evaluation is of the position. I mean, maybe Hikaru is looking at this move a5, but once again, I think it's unlikely. I'm not barking, I don't know what you guys are saying, but I think king e2 is the move for Hikaru. It looks more human to me. And then b3 to just follow it up. But yeah, he's got to go here. You gotta move.
Maybe we will see a5. I can only see him calculating so much if it's a5.
True, but I mean, it just feels really weird because it's a move Richie just stopped. Well, why not b3? Try to figure it out yourself.
Yeah, a5 I only don't like queen b4 against it.
Yeah, true.
Because yeah, black can take on a5, but they can also play queen b4, and I don't really like that position, because you have to trade. Well, not only you have to trade the queens, but after a5, queen b4, queen c3, black also can take on a5. So it's at least 3 lines he has to calculate until the very end.
And in the best case, you know, in the worst case for black, he gives back the pawn at some point. I mean, and what's really the worst that can happen, right? So you're calculating very, very difficult lines, maybe to get a small advantage, and if you're wrong, you could just be down a pawn. And in a match situation, that's just not practical. And Hikaru, oh, he's gone for a5.
He did play a5. Yeah, so he did go for it.
Huh, interesting. So let's see what.
Called it, chat. Called it.
Well, I thought there was he was not gonna go for it, but he did play a5. So let's see. So queen b4 is a move here for black. I don't know card at all, but very, very fun.
But is the time situation correct? Actually, it shows that he has 44 minutes. Maybe he did not think that long.
I think that is incorrect. I think he's down to 35 minutes.
Let's see. You can see it on the broadcast, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll try to have a look in a minute.
So how much time does he have?
Yeah, I will have a look when it comes up. Just got distracted with World Chess actually showing that Levon has 4.5 and Dominguez has 5.5. I mean, it is already a completely different stage of the tournament. Why on earth would you show how many points did the player get in the group stage? Of course, Levon has less points because he did go to the semi-final without tiebreak. It just gives such a weird information to anyone who's watching without knowing the regulations.
Indeed, yeah.
Really
so let's
strange.
see what is going to happen here. So a5 by Hikaru. So let's calculate. So if knight takes a5, we're saying queen c5, right? So queen c5, black takes, we take. So where's this knight gonna go? We said if knight at d7, we go pawn on b4, hit the knight. The knight can go to 2 squares, to c4 or b3. But I think if the knight goes to b3, it should be getting trapped sooner or later. I guess rook c3, and it should be getting trapped. So that is not really an option. So let's say the knight goes to c4. Here we said, I think we said takes and knight g5. Right, and the bishop cannot be defended properly. So white should be doing better here, I guess. So this is, I guess, what happens if black takes the pawn on a5. We go queen c5, and this line looks more or less forcing, kind of. But there's also the move queen b4. So what do we say after queen b4? I think we said queen c3, right?
Yeah.
Because you
correct.
have to defend against knight e3. So let's say queen to c3. Let's say black takes on a5. I think we said takes, and after knight takes... what
Yeah,
is the
queen
move?
takes.
Maybe knight d2, because you're threatened... Although, you threatened to win a pawn back. That was sort of the issue I had.
No, you have again take on a5 and then knight g5.
Okay, so let's say knight g5, we hit this pawn. Let's say black goes rook d e8.
Knight f6. Yeah, knight f2. Oh, sorry, knight f to e6.
Takes.
I wonder if we can take on h7 here and then bishop g6.
Right, and we once again have this trade where we get the rook and the pawns against the 2 knights. But how good
Yeah,
is this
giving
for
up
white?
2 pieces against the rook in the middle game is usually bad. In the end game, it really depends on the position, and here it's probably good because, well, first of all, black has 2 knights, not a knight and a bishop, which is worse. Plus, both knights are on the queen side, and how long will it take for the knight on a5 to get back to stop those pawns? So
Indeed, 100%.
this might be strategically even winning for white here.
Yeah, no, this looks very, very interesting indeed. So let's say, so this is the drawback of rook d8. So then how does black defend the bishop on e6 is what I'm wondering. Like he could, well maybe, I remember you mentioning this move rook df8, right? Because now if we take twice, this pawn on f2 is hanging and black is in very good shape. Note that black cannot move this rook, because then we take and we hit both the rooks. So maybe rook df8 in this position. You defend this, and you also have this idea.
Yeah, it's very tricky where to put this rook. df8, knight e6, pawn e6, and yeah, white can just play f4 to defend the pawn, stop any potential e5 moves. But I don't know how to evaluate this position after knight c4. Knight c4 planning to go to d6. Maybe f7 to trade off the knight.
Yeah. So let's see, after a5 no moves have been made yet, right? Richie is in the tank. And yeah, no easy.
Yeah,
no
he
easy
has
moves here.
options. Queen b4 or take on a5 immediately. I think, well, black has to take the pawn eventually. They have to go for this line, otherwise after a6, white will have huge pressure on the king.
Yeah, no, I think
Probably
the
trading of the queens also is important for black.
yeah, I think the real problem for Richie is that if he moves this knight, like let's say he goes knight to c8, white can just take on c4, black recaptures, and then takes on e6. And actually we cannot take this pawn right away, because black has the very nasty queen e4 check, and black wins the knight and with that the game. But white can just play something like knight e5 first, take the pawn in the next move, and white should be strategically winning, I think. So Richie has to take this pawn somehow. So either on this move with knight e5, of course then we expect queen c5 from Hikaru, or queen b4 first. Once again, this move looks like it's hanging the knight, but if we take it, black has knight a3 check and wins the queen, then the knight cannot be taken because that would put the white king in check. But instead of that, we would continue with queen to c3 and the lines that the lines that we showed you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, also if knight c8, black needs to consider immediate a5 even. That pawn is just too dangerous, it feels like. So
Indeed, yeah,
he
no,
must
100%.
he must be calculating queen b4 as a main candidate move.
Yeah. And yeah. So let's see what the microwave does work, you guys. Stop trolling. Microwave also has feelings.
Well,
Stop
I'm
objectifying
afraid you will have to demonstrate it.
I was thinking about that the other day. Okay, if Hikaru wins the Grand Prix, I'll turn it on. I don't know if Chet earns it if he wins the semi-final, but if he wins the whole Grand Prix, I will turn it on for sure.
Okay, chat is excited now. But then chat, you need to help Hikaru. Help Hikaru win.
Yeah. Throw
Step
in your
by step.
prime. Throw in
Yeah.
your prime to get Richie low on time. That's step 1. Step 2 is spam that flower to get Richie... No, wait, no. Spam that flower to give Hikaru power. That's the other thing. So
Spam
make
your
sure to do
prime.
that.
Spam the prime.
Yeah.
There you go. Theodosius. Thank you.
Well, I mean, the whole Grand Prix. I meant this leg. If he wins this leg, I'll turn on the microwave. Fine. If he turns this leg, I'll turn on the microwave. The whole Grand Prix right now is just too far. Thanks for spamming that flower to give Hikaru the power he needs. Also, make sure to throw in your prime and get Richie low on time. Hikaru's catching up on the clock. But I think, you guys, with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. But do not go anywhere, you guys. Hikaru needs you more than... Hikaru needs you more than ever. He's in the semi-final against Richie. Rapport. A win would be huge here. That would be a huge step towards the final. And I mean, if he makes it to the final, he has a very good chance of making it to the candidates. So this game is very, very important. Keep spamming in your prime. Keep spamming that flower. Give him all the power. And we will see you guys after the break.
Yeah, let's get that hype train going while we wait for the break.
Alright, you guys, welcome back to the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Maria, what has happened over the last couple of moves?
Well, I see that a lot of things happened in both games. We had indeed the queen trade on a5 in Hikaru's game, and now we have some tactics available for him. He can either take on g6 with the bishop immediately, or he can capture with the knight on e6 first and then just play f4 and play against these weak pawns and quite stack rooks on f8 and h8, plus the knight is still on a5. I actually really like the bishop takes g6 and then knight e6 idea.
So
yeah, I feel like these knights are not as strong as the rook with 2 pawns.
Right, yeah, also in this position, I mean, the rooks are under attack, but black has a move here. I don't like in the position that we looked at earlier. Right, so if we compare real quick, like let's say black goes here, right? We said knight takes c6, take, bishop takes g6. The rook's under attack, so black has to make a move. Like let's say rook here, we take, and here we have an extra move. Like let's say h4 to get the pawns rolling. But in the position we have in the game, like let's say after rook df8, after takes, take. Here now black is to move. So black can make a move like knight c4. White will probably take. And then let's say white goes h4. If we compare the two positions, here the knight is already on c4. So black gains one move. So it will be interesting to see whether
and he took on g6.
Oh. Wait, let's...
So we will see it.
So he took on g6, huh? So we were saying that black has to take. We take over here.
Yeah, all this is forced.
So let's say take, we take. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess, so what is the material count? So at the moment, wait, let's count real quick. White has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pawns. Black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns. So let's say after someone like this, take. If we look very closely, now we see that it's even Steven. But the 2 pawns should be better here than the 2 pawns and the rook should be better here than the knights. So let's see, bishop takes g6 on the board. Hikaru looking very confident. Does black have to go into this? So I guess he has to take the bishop over here, right? But does he have to take the knight? He could also move the rook maybe.
Yeah, good point. But then you are playing with the pawn down. Well, you have pawns on king side, or on the queen side. You have a pawn majority, but it's more likely that the h pawn will start rolling rather than a or b. These knights are a bit awkwardly placed right now.
Indeed, yeah, and we see Richie thinking here. He probably knows that the bishop has to be taken. So let's see. I mean, black has to take, I would think. He taking with the f pawn is possible, but here white should be quite a bit better. I kind of like this structure for white. So, but once again, if he takes with the h pawn, we take on e6. And the question is whether he has to take or not. He could also move the rook. So let's say we go to e8. Where did you say we should go? Maybe the c5 or the g5?
Hard to say. Maybe c5, so that only one knight of black can get back into play. You still don't have knight d7 available.
Right. Yeah. So that is a very nice point. This knight on b6 is still a bit stuck. I guess black moves in the other knight. But another idea white has here, after this whole trade happened on the king side, is white can now start creating a passer on the h file. So I think this transition in pawn structure should favor white. But let's see what Richie is going to do. Once again, I guess he has to take the bishop, but he must realize that this position is not easy for him.
Yeah, the clocks do seem accurate enough. It looks like Richard just went below on time comparing to Hikaru, but it's still around half an hour left, so not too big of a time trouble yet. Unlike in the game of Dominguez. That one was pretty crazy last time we looked.
Right.
Yeah, Richard is still thinking. I wonder if he even missed this idea.
I guess
It is
so. I mean,
unlikely.
well, I think that he just overlooked a5 because it sort of looks like the move a5 is impossible by white, right? Because he just put the knight on c4. And then after a5, he probably looked at this. He didn't like it, so then he saw queen to b4. Question is if he liked this. I mean, I guess he didn't. Maybe he missed this, yeah. But let's see. So bishop takes g6 on the board.
It's possible that he saw it. Sorry, that he saw it. That he did not like it, but he did not like a6 idea even more. and he just had to
Right.
play queen b4. And if you have to play queen b4, you play it, and then you see at all everything else your opponent can come up with.
Indeed. Yeah. And we have more moves in the game between Levy Aronian. After bishop e1, knight takes d4 was played, white traded on e8, c2, queen d3, takes on e8, bishop to d2, but apparently this was not good by Levy Aronian. I mean, now queen e5, the queen is all of a sudden quite active here, x-raying the rook, rook to c1, f5, very nice move, making sure the knight cannot come out e4, and after queen c4, knight e3, but the evil bar shuts all the way through the roof. Why?
We have the wrong we have the video instead of the board.
Here we go. Why is knight e3 not a good move?
Oh wait, did he blunder again?
So, huh?
Knight
Why is
e3,
knight-
yeah. Some check.
Right, so check. Where we have check on c8, g8, and a4. Which check do you
Yeah,
think
I'm
is
not
best?
sure. G7 is defended, so queen g8 does not win a pawn, which would have been nice, of course.
Oh, but maybe we just go f4, and like the queen has to keep defending this and has to keep defending this, and I mean, if you
And
take,
queen e7?
sorry, where? Ah, so you're saying king d7, so the queen could go back here.
Yeah, I think we have to leave the space for the queen. If he sees it, if he sees a 4 idea.
Huh? I mean, there is check. I don't know. Maybe
but then
white
he's
is.
winning on g7. Yeah, then queen g8, king d7, for instance, f4, and even if we don't win the knight, we win on g7 with a check.
Right, but
F4, queen g7.
it's still pretty unclear, I would think. So let's see, but indeed it looks very, very loose all for black. I mean, this knight is always hanging. This queen is doing two jobs at the same time, right? As we said in this position. I mean, it cannot really give the pawn on g7 and the knight on e3. But I guess king... So I guess king e7, f4 should be winning for white. Because, I mean, you kind of have to take this pawn. And then we take here, and it just feels like white's attack rages on. I don't really see it for black in the meantime. Queen c8, by the way, has been played by Levon. So let's see where the king is gonna go. It could go to e7 or f7. Let's say it goes to f7.
If
That feels-
e7, f4, then the queen has no square to defend the knight.
Well, what happens if we take this pawn over here? King f7, by the way, has been played. I don't know. It's looking
Yeah.
pretty good for Levon here, I think, but it's not over just yet. Of course, he's taking Linier's king for a walk. Linier also down in 9 minutes. 9 minutes isn't too bad, but 8 more moves to be made. But it feels like white should be winning.
Yeah, I understand why Levon preferred queen c8 over queen g8. Maybe he wants to play rook e1 next move. And the queen is additionally defending c1 square from promotion.
Rook e1, I guess makes sense, but maybe this gives black the time to go f4 and anchor in the knight at e3.
No, I mean first f4 and then rook e1
Oh.
after queen e7.
So and the queen indeed is always protecting this promotion square. That's a very nice point indeed.
And yeah, the queen can never take on f4, right? It feels like it's gonna be just a checkmate. Queen
Well, actually, I was just
d7.
thinking, in this position, maybe white just gives... Yeah, white wins on the spot, because white gives a check on d7, and black's in trouble. If you go king
Yeah,
here, we
cannot
have
go
knight
to
h...
f8.
Right, because we win the queen. If we go to f8, it's checkmate. Bishop e4,
Yeah.
queen e8, checkmate. And if you go to
And
g6, the
g6.
easiest way to win is check and collect the knight. So f4 should be very tricky for black. So black cannot take on f4. Instead of that, black should go queen e7, I guess, to at least cover this check. And then you said rook e1, right? Because this is covered. The knight cannot be defended. It should be winning for white, I think.
Yeah, he gave a check on d7, which is pretty much the same, just a different move order. After king g6, which is the only move that doesn't lose immediately. Well, he plays a 4 either way. Any response by black, he plays a 4.
Right, so let's see. So queen e7 check. Right, we're saying the king has to go to g6. I mean, I guess if it goes to f8 or f6, there will always be this problem of white going f4 and this queen being overworked. Right? It has to keep protecting the knight, and it also has to protect a lot of other squares. I mean, let's say it goes to e6. A very nice sequence would be knight h5 check, king over, queen takes g7, and queen g5 checkmate. So black cannot go there. And if you go to e7, the easiest way to win would just be to trade and take here. We're up a rook. So we're saying that the king has to go to g6, right? And then you're saying f4. But here, maybe this is still a move. Because there's not this line with... But I mean... white can, of course, always take. Now, let's say we take. I mean, this endgame feels very close, but not winning on the spot. But actually, if you think about it, what is black gonna do? Like, let's say we go knight e2. And we prepare to take. I mean, we might not want to take right away because this pawn is hanging in the end. But what can black do? I mean, if this knight moves, we take here. Black cannot go knight here, knight c5 or knight d4 because then he hangs the knight. And if black makes a random move like king to f7, we can just play something like g3. Making sure this is always protected. And then on the next move, we're going to take this knight. And then they take this pawn. We're up a full exchange in the endgame. White should be winning here. But we have more moves in Hikaru's game in the meantime.
Yeah, at Hikaru's game, something happened. Knight
so let's
b3.
see.
Wow. So he spent 10 minutes on this move.
Manka, so Hikaru.
That's a
could
very
take
rapport reply.
Yeah. Maybe Hikaru has to report him for this move if it's a good one.
Or microwave.
Let's see what the microwave thinks of this. So what happens? So we can take. Maybe what happens if we take here? Because we hit the rook. Right. I guess the rook moves over here to hit the bishop. I don't know how this plays out. We always have this move hitting the knight. But it's quite dank. Let's say we go here. Then, although if black takes, we just take here and we win, I would think. But what happens if black takes with the rook? We can take
On g6, yeah.
Right. It's all... I mean, maybe white is winning, but it's dank for sure. But... Okay, wait, Hikaru hasn't... Wait, there's no move yet, right? Oh, sure.
No. So knight h7, rook g8, rook c3, f takes g6, rook b3, rook h7.
Wait, so you're saying f g6?
No, he also can take on g4 and intermezzo bishop g4.
Wait, so sorry, in which line? So let's say we go take on h7, right?
Yeah, take h7, rook g8, rook c3.
There's also always...
F takes g6, I guess. You
But
can
then
also
we
take
take-
with the rook on g6.
Right, that's what I was looking at. If black takes with the rook, I guess we take and then go knight at g5 and hit the bishop. And we should be winning, because this is under attack and this is under attack. So then the question is, does the rook have to go to g8 or could it go to another square? Like, the frick? Maybe rook c8, but I guess then we just go here, right? Which should be good.
Yeah. Yeah, probably playing rook to c8 is better even.
But then maybe black has this tactic, knight takes d4, because once again, if you take here, white should just be winning. We take, and at the end of it all, we're up a pawn, which should be a technical win. But knight takes d4 saves the pawn, because it's a desperado. You're gonna lose this knight anyway, but in the process you pick up a pawn. And then if you take this knight, black takes here, and here the material is even. So, he could also go rook c3 first. Then the question is, how does knight b3 help black? Right, let's have a look. So let's say we go rook to c3. Let's say black takes. I mean, I guess we take. And if there's like some knight d2 dankness, like I have no idea what's going on here. Very, very difficult. And let's see, we have more moves in the game between Levan and Dominguez. So it looks like they're pretty much following this whole line. Yeah, actually, this is the position on the board. So here we set knight e2, go g3 on the next move, then take the knight and then take the pawn. And Levan should be winning here, so that'll be huge for his chances of making it into the candidates. Yeah, he is crushing it. I mean, he won the group with 4.5 out of 6. He's crushing Dominguez here with the white pieces. He's looking very, very good. But, so let's see in Hikaru's game. So knight b3 on the board. We've looked at this. Rook c3 also an option. So let's have a look at knight takes h7, right? Because it's the most forcing move. If black takes on c1, I guess we take the rook on f8. And this should all work out for us. Because this bishop is still under attack. I mean, let's say black takes here, we can take this bishop over here and we should be winning. I mean, we're up a pawn, we're going to win a second one. So I think knight takes c1 is not a move. White goes knight takes f8, and it should be sort of clear why white is winning. So I guess sort of the complications arise. Also to point out real quick, if black takes here, we also take the rook, and we should be winning. Like black recaptures, we take here. There is rook f2, but all the threats should be paired after rook to c2. And we're up in exchange, so we should be winning. Now, I guess the real complications arise if black moves the rook. Right, so either the g8 or maybe the like c8. We said if the rook moves to g8, we go rook c3. Right, and I guess the tricky thing with putting the rook here... Okay, so let's say black takes on d4 here. Well, I guess the difference is that maybe we can take... And we have this move knight f6 hitting the rook. And the problem is if black goes rook to f8, now we can take here, we have to fork, and if black takes and we take here, I don't think black can actually trap this knight. Because if you go rook f8, you allow knight to g6, and if you go rook h6, I guess we have rook e1, and we should have enough counterplay towards the bishop. Once again, all these lines are very, very complicated, but just to give you guys an idea of what the players are calculating here.
Yeah, I guess the main trick is while the rook will be trying to trap this knight, white will start pushing the pawn. At some point, might even allow black to take the knight.
Yeah, well, I think here the problem is that you simply do not get the knight, because if you go, let's say bishop c8, you allow knight f7. Right, and if you go this way to g8, you allow rook e8. So and indeed, otherwise, if black makes a random move like in the c7, we go g5. This would allow bishop f5, but here we could play something like knight f7, and if takes rook e7 with a check, and we collect the bishop. So I think this is still sort of calculatable, if that's a word. But this move rook c8 looked pretty dank in a way, in the sense, because the difference here is if you go knight rook c3, black takes, and knight f6 does not hit the rook on g8.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah, that's the difference. But you also need to find that, like, because Rook G8 is such a natural move to make, especially when you are getting low on time. But then you might regret it later. Yeah, with Knight F6 idea.
Yeah.
Also, Rook C8. Why would you put the Rook on C8? But it's because of all these knights. You need to put the Rook as far as possible from the knights attacking it.
Guys, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm not deleting messages. Very, very funny.
They delete themselves.
Yeah, you guys delete your own messages.
No, microwave. It's microwaves that delete the messages.
Indeed. Perez defeated by Levon. Yeah. Alright, so let's see what Hikaru will come up with. Knight takes h7 is a move. I was wondering, like, let's say we take Rook c8. We could also move the bishop and sack the exchange, but I'm not too convinced by it. So maybe here, Knight takes d4. Maybe now, moving the bishop? I don't know. Because where are you gonna go with the knight? Where Knight b5 looks quite miserable, I would think. And it feels like the white majority on the king side should be more dangerous than white's majority, and then black's majority on the queen side. So let's see. Hikaru is thinking here. Here, the thing is definitely justified. As we said, the position is very, very complicated. It would be nice, though, if he had a little bit more time. Because, okay, 20 minutes for 17 more moves is very, very complicated. But let's see what he's going to come up with.
Yeah, meanwhile, all the moves that you suggested happened in Levon's game. The knight is on e2, so they traded the queens. And looks like, yeah, Levon should be able to convert this. And he also has almost an hour on the clock for 4 moves. I've never seen that in Grand Prix before. An hour for 4 moves.
Right, yeah, Levon should be winning this game, and here we have Hikaru on the cam once again. He must be calculating all of these lines. So let's check in and try to analyze his body language. To try to make sense of what he's trying to calculate. Sounds weird, I guess. But yeah, so he must be looking at this move. I mean, he's definitely looking to this side of the board. He's head bopping now. He must see something that he likes. Let's try to figure out what it is. So let's have one more look. So let's say we take here. Let's say black goes rook to c8. We went rook c3, right? I guess knight d2 never really works out. Because we just go king c2, and what do you gain from this check? Right? I don't see it.
Exactly.
Because once again, if takes, we take.
Yeah, everything is hanging now.
White always remains up the pawn.
Yeah, and black, of course, can take on g4, trying to get a pawn for the piece. But it might not
which
work in
position
all the
here,
ones.
or
Like if knight d2 check, or without a check.
wait,
Just bishop
he
to
almost
g4.
moved there. Wait, which move was he trying to make? I think maybe.
I think he's taking on h7.
Yeah, it feels like it's the move, right? And I'm sure he must
Yeah,
have calculated all of this.
he is covering, over that side.
Monka, spam in that flower to give Hikaru the power. Will he go knight takes h7? It looks to be the best move, and that would probably give him an advantage, and they would give him all the chance to win this game. So spam in that flower to give Hikaru power. If you guys actually can. Can you guys spam in the flower?
Oh wait, he took on e6.
Huh?
Did he take on e6?
Monka? No, but...
Okay. Oh no.
No, wait, but now black takes, and... What is his idea here?
He will take on h7, but then black takes on f2. That's a huge difference.
Right, I guess we still have rook c2. But... Okay. Black also, by the way, has this move. And here you'll have to sack the exchange. But it's of course very difficult to evaluate. Like, we have to drop the bishop back. Let's say here. Black takes, we take. Of course, we have a lot of pawns on this side of the board. So, I think white should be doing okay-ish here. So, I guess but okay, let's think. After knight takes c6, this move is forced, right? And here, white has two
Knight
options.
h7, yeah, is logical. Because you
So
have a
knight
piece hanging.
Yeah, I guess
You have
bishop
two
takes
pieces hanging. Yeah.
I guess this is not a move taken with the bishop, because then black takes, and black's up in exchange, and the rook is active, so this is not good. I guess he has to take with the knight. Yeah, and then black probably takes here. Wait, do we have more moves? F takes c6 by Richie, who's back at the board.
Yeah, I guess Hikaru will take on h7.
Right, so let's say we take. I guess Richie takes on f2, and then we set rook c2, right? And the position is very, very complicated. I mean, trading the rooks would be good for white, because we just take with the king. Now these pawns are gonna roll. This should be very, very good. I mean, knight has to move back. So black has to try to cook up some counterplay here. What about knight d2 check? Although, what if we just dodge? Maybe here to hit this.
I guess just king, yeah, king a2.
And maybe knight bc4 and hitting the pawn on e3.
Yeah, suddenly black gets all this counterplay.
Yeah. Huh. By the way, knight takes h7 has been played by Hikaru. It's on the board.
Yeah, rook f2 is very logical.
Yeah, I think this is the move Richie has to go for here. Very, very tense situation. Hikaru has 18 minutes on the clock. Richard Rapport has 22 minutes on the clock. So let's
And still
see.
15 more moves to play.
Indeed, yeah. Hikaru getting up from the board, grabbing his coffee cup, maybe getting a refill.
Rook g8? What? Excuse me?
Well, rook
You did
f8
not
is
take
also...
on f2?
Well, this is also an option, because you win an exchange, right? The bishop is under attack, and the rook. But we thought that after, let's say, bishop c2, takes, I mean, it feels like these pawns and the minor piece should be better than the rook. But, of course, I mean, it's a very... Wait, actually, I was thinking. So here, the knight is almost trapped, right? But if black goes here, we still have knight f6, and we're okay.
Yeah.
And if black goes knight to d... Oh, sorry. And if black... Oh, by the way, Hikaru played bishop to d3. Also very possible. This is actually... Guys, this is getting very intense. Hikaru is down in exchange, but he has a pawn. And look at these pawns over here on the king side. So Richie has to take the rook now. Hikaru's going to recapture. If he goes knight to d7, white have f4 and can move the knight out and is just in time. Alright. If black goes rook g7, we go knight f6 and the knight is saved just in time. Because if we go rook f8, we have two moves. We have knight h5 hitting the rook. But additionally, we have g5, which is really a nice move. If you take knight h7 with a fork, black is... The material is still equal here, but this position should favor white due to the outside passer.
But does it mean that Bok is playing for a win here? Because if he took on f2, the position was quite equal, right?
But you said, does it mean that Bok is playing for a win?
Yeah, his decision to play rook g8.
You meant black. You said Bok.
Sorry.
I don't know.
No, Bok. Black.
No, you said... I'm 100% sure
I'm not
you
sure.
said Bok.
I'm not sure why this happened.
I think the chat can confirm
Bok
that.
is playing for a win. Well, no, you should be playing for a win, of course, always.
Was that a question from Dina?
Bok is clearly winning.
Anyway,
I guess I just saw too many messages deleted by Bok.
Right, yeah, like Bok.
Messages.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, of course, everyone always has me on their mind, indeed.
Of
so
course,
let's see.
even your microwave.
Even my microwave. So bishop d3 on the board by Hikaru. Richard has to take the rook. I don't know what he's thinking about. If he doesn't take the rook, he's just down a pawn for nothing. And look at these pawns over here on the queen's king side. They're just going to decide the game. So he has to take on c1. We have to recapture with the king. I mean, we want to keep our rook over here to support the pawns. So let's say we take on c1. Once again, if knight at d7, we have a 4 and the knight can come out at g5. And if rook g7, I guess the knight comes out here. After rook h6, we still have this move. And I'm starting to like white's chances. I feel like it should be way easier to play with the pawns on the king side here than with the rooks. I mean, if these pawns get rolling, black is just getting absolutely black's just losing, I think. So let's see what I think it's up to Richie. Richie has to come up with some counterplay. Otherwise, those peepos, Hikaru's just gonna roll the peepos down the board.
The peepos. Yeah, but what I meant is if not Bog, but black took on f2 instead of rook g8, it seemed like that the pawns cannot really march and the knights get active. So black has enough counterplay to equalize this. But when Rapport decided to take this exchange and allow these 3 passed pawns to roll in, he just wants to complicate the position as much as possible and possibly also play against the lower time of Hikaru. So he is keeping the chances to play for a win, but also takes considerable risk here.
No,
but it's
sure.
typical Richard.
Yeah. No, we get a material imbalance here because once again, white is getting the bishop and a pawn. But black is up in exchange, right? Of course, the white pawns on the king side are very, very strong. But black's up in exchange, so we're seeing a material imbalance here. So it could maybe mean that Richie is playing for a win, or he just did not evaluate rook takes f2 correctly. But I really like Hikaru's chances now. I really like his chances. Because once again, it looks very easy to just roll these pawns down the board. Black once again has to take here, we recapture with the king. And what are you going to do with black? I mean, if I get a couple of moves, I'm just going to go, let's say g5, h4, f4. If you haven't done anything in the meantime, you might just be lost.
Yeah, just roll those juicers, Hikaru.
Just roll with the juice, Because black has a majority here on the queen side, but those pawns are not going anywhere. But in the meantime, white has 2 protected juicers over here. And he's just gonna... You guys are being a bit too weird. Give percentages for
a bit
Hikaru.
Too weird. Yeah, that's very mild way to put it. Chad, come on.
Right now, I guess I would put the win percentage.
Maybe 65%.
I don't know. Maybe something along those lines. We'll just have to see.
I'd put more if Hikaru had more time on the clock.
But he has more time than... Richie still hasn't moved, by the way?
No, I mean just generally. Both of them are lower on time, which of course should be favoring Hikaru. But at the same time, it just creates too much room for mistake for either of them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say about 60-65% for Hikaru to win. I know the evaluation can be really high, but this is also quite a complicated and imbalanced position. And the computer will always win this.
Yeah.
But we are not computers.
When are you interviewing me, Dina? Well, I don't know how we could do an interview. That's because I'm not in Berlin, you know, so it's difficult. But in the meantime, I'm really surprised that Richie still hasn't taken on c1 because it's the only move, right? Is this correct? Has he really not moved?
Looks like, but Dina, you cannot interview Bog before you interview his microwave. You need to first get an access to the microwave.
Yeah. By the way, in the meantime, LeBron Aronian has beaten Lenier Dominguez with white pieces taking the lead in
Oh.
their match. Linier now has to come back tomorrow to take the match to tiebreak. So let's hope we get an interview there soon from both Dina and the other interviewer. That's always going to be a lot of fun. The Levi Aronian gets the first win. So yeah, Linier will have to strike back tomorrow.
Yeah, Linier basically, after the time control, he just thought about the position and resigned. We only had 5 moves after 92 position. So the pawn on c2 fell, and it's over.
Wait, so Richie did take on c1 after 8 minutes of thought. Very, very surprising, to be honest. So yeah.
You mean the fact that he thought for so long is surprising, not the move?
No, I mean the move to me looked obvious, so it was, to me, looked like the only move. So I'm very surprised that he took 8 minutes there.
Yeah.
In the wait, so let's see. So Richie is thinking here.
Yeah, he might actually take some time thinking, because there are many options, a lot of options what to play here. He can bring up the king, he can attack the knight with rook g7, maybe knight move like knight d7 or something, or c8, e7. He needs to have all the pieces on the king side now, so maybe it's a good time for a little break.
Yeah, we are going to be taking a very, very short break, you guys, but do not go anywhere. Things are heating up in Hikaru's game. It's looking pretty good for him. I mean, I really like his chances here with the pass pawns on the king side, but do not go anywhere. Keep sending your energy his way, and let's hope he gets the stop here in the first game of the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. We'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Maria, what has happened while we took a very short break?
Hi guys, yeah, so as we saw, rook g7 was played, and after knight f6...
we haven't interviewed with
Sorry.
Lafon. Let's pull it up real quick.
Oh, okay, let's see it. Maybe he will say how long
stop him from
was his
retap is doing
preparation.
players cannot
But
doing
of course he will not.
original for both.
I'm pressed. So, Levon,
Interview will start shortly. Once again, sorry to interrupt.
Levon, as Gary Kasparov said
Yeah.
in
actually
2019, the
never
chess world is
reveals.
a better place when Levon Aronian is playing well. Congratulations on your win today. Did you start preparing to your opponent before yesterday, before the tie-break results were opened? So, did you start to prepare to both potential opponents, or have you waited until the results were out?
I more or less prepared my repertoire with black, and with white I thought I will see depending on the opponent.
Was there or is there some kind of a special time pressure strategy when your opponent is in time trouble? Is it worth playing particularly fast?
Generally it's not, and I try to be, to keep it in mind that I shouldn't rush as well, and I should keep my composure. And I think today I managed to get a solid play in the time trouble.
On another note, if you were to pick 4 best players for the Olympiad team United States, lived alive or not, from any time, what would be your choice?
Bobby Fischer, Fabiano Caruana, well, myself then, and then probably Gata Kamsky.
Right. You mentioned Bobby Fischer. Now that you belong to 2 countries, who for you is the better player, Petrosian or Fischer?
Tough question. Well, of course, for me, you see, I'm not really looking for the best, most precise play. I'm always looking in a player that is original, and both of them are very original, but Petrosian is, I think, is more original, because his moves, I don't think I can play like Petrosian ever or anybody. I mean, his moves are unpredictable, and yeah, he's definitely one of my favorite players.
Right. We have already discussed it with several players. What's your take on Hikaru soon-to-be retirement from the professional chess?
I think Hikaru is doing a great job by promoting chess, and I am a big fan of him generally, because I cannot do it. I don't think I can be there and talk constantly and watch a game of some players that are not very good and comment on it. That's a tough job. That's a really tough job, you know. So I really think that's a great effort he's doing in popularizing chess all over the world. And generally, I think when such a strong player is retiring, we've seen semi-retiring. We've seen in the example of Kamsky. He semi-retired, but it didn't stop him from winning tournaments, winning the World Cup, and continuing playing well once he came back. I think chess is kind of a skill that you get, your work ethics, your calculation, and even if you don't play for 2 or 3 years, you still are a very, very tough player, very strong player.
So you're not taking it seriously either. The idea of him considering himself as a retired player.
No, I think if he feels like he's a retired player, then probably he is. I mean, he knows more about what he's doing, because I can call myself retired and sit there and analyze chess for 7 hours. Bobby Fischer was retired too, but he was working very hard.
So it doesn't mean that much.
Yeah, I think he's still he knows the openings. He surprised many people by playing Queen's Gambit Decepted here. So it means he's working on chess. So I think that's very good.
All right. Thank you, Levon, and good luck for tomorrow's game.
Thank you very much.
All right, yeah, very nice interview. And we have more moves on the board in Hikaru's game. He just played the move h4. By the way, guys, there's also the interview with Levon and Lenier. Do you guys want to listen to that, or just put Hikaru on the main screen? I'll let it up to you guys. Hikaru on the screen or the interview? No, yes, no, no. Interview, no, yes.
Yeah,
no,
I'm for Hikaru, for Hikaru's position.
Hikaru,
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure about the questions, to be honest. Seemed like, well, I don't know. The best American team before Levon switching off to the US, or after?
Well,
or
it was with players.
The players. Yeah.
It was from players from every timeline, so I think it makes some sense. I mean, Fabiano, he was in extremely good shape. I mean, in 2014, I remember he reached something like 2840, so he's definitely probably having that Fabiano in mind. And then Kamsky made it to a World Championship match, I believe in 1996. So Kamsky also makes sense. And I was thinking maybe Morphy, but of course Morphy is, a completely different time, so it's normal, of course, that he also mentioned Fischer. But back to the game, here I really like Hikaru's chances. Like, he's just gonna walk the king up. Like, what is Black gonna do? Like, let's say you go king c7, then we just go king e2, king d6, king f3. You are maybe just in time to avoid losing on the spot, but here maybe you have this idea, rook h3, king c7, by the way, has been played. And actually, we're gonna put this board up here as well. So the board you guys...
h3, rook f3, yeah.
The board you guys see underneath us is the live board, and the board on that side is the analysis board. Okay, guys? So king c7, king e2 by Hikaru. Looking pretty good. I mean, if he wins out this game, that'd be huge. That'd be huge. This is easy to win. This is not easy, but it might be winning. That's a big question. So let's say we go king d6, king f3. Okay, king d6 been played, by the way. I guess we just go king up, right? King up. King e7, king g4, king f6. So if I can get in, let's say, rook h3, rook. So let's say black goes here. We
Mhm.
go rook f3 check, for example. King goes back. Bishop g6, threatening here. And if knight f6, we have here, hitting the knight. If the knight goes here, we take, and rook f4, and we win, I guess. If the knight goes back, I guess we take.
Yeah.
If black takes with the king, we win. And this, it should be winning somehow, but not that easy.
He can also play knight to f8 after bishop g6.
True. So by the way, king f3, king
But
e7
it's
has just been
rook
played.
f7.
So king g4. So you were saying king f6? Because it feels like you cannot allow king g5. It feels like you're just losing there. So king f6. You were saying here, knight e7.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, the same. Rook h3, yeah, knight d7. Rook
So I'll play, by the way.
f3. Ah, yeah, I guess we have
Mhm.
rook f7 there. No, it's probably losing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but okay, so this line looks pretty forced to me. So let's say rook h3. Or I mean, if white goes rook h3, black has to go here. We
Yeah,
give
it's
a check.
Hikaru's move now, and he's. I mean, is there any other idea he can have in mind rather than rook h3?
I don't know. That makes sense. I don't see what else he could do.
Yeah, it's definitely best move. Cutting off the king, bringing king to g5. I don't think attacking on a7 has any sense because of a6, and white doesn't have anything else on the queen side. So yeah, rook h3 must be happening in a minute.
Yeah.
Now, chat also was asking to show some moves which we missed during the break. How Richard lost his exchange.
Right,
But
so let's
maybe-
pull that up real quick.
Yeah, let's do it. Now Richard
so-
is thinking.
After bishop d3, Richard took the rook, king takes c1, rook g7, knight f6. And Richard was kind of worried here, I guess, to get rolled by the connected passed pawns. So he gave back the exchange and then played rook f8. So he's getting back the pawn on f6, but it's still dangerous because white has the h pawn. So Hikaru played h4, takes an h5. Now I guess if you take an f2, you lose due to h6. You have to bring the rook back. h7, rook h8, and rook g1. Rook g8 is coming, and white wins. Black is forced to give up the rook at some point, but that is clearly winning for white. So Richard saw himself forced to block the pawn. Now Hikaru just walked up the king. Richard brings in his king as well, but in this position Hikaru went rook to h3. So it's looking very good. Rook f3 is coming, bishop to g6. I think he's just gonna win this game, which would be huge for his chance to make it to the finals.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks very, very good for white. I guess Richard will bring the knight to d7. He cannot play a piece down
No, I think so too,
on the
yeah.
king side.
He has to bring the knight over indeed. So
Yeah, for example, knight d7. Rook
So, yeah,
f3, king g7, king g5, knight f6.
then we liked this move, bishop g6, but there's still knight h7. We don't quite win on the spot, but it should be winning somehow, because let's compare the pawn structures. White has a very dangerous passed h-pawn over here, and look at black's pawn majority on the queen side. It's not really going anywhere. I mean, for black to create a passed pawn, he would have to go a5, b5, a4, b4, a3, which takes forever. And then in the meantime, those pawns could actually become weak. So it's looking very good for Hikaru. I think Richard has to go knight d7, king g7, and knight f6. Let's see whether he will do so. But yeah. All right. So
Yeah, if
I
knight
mean,
h7 happens, Hikaru probably will have to trade the pieces. Otherwise, black will take this opportunity to start advancing the queen side pawns.
indeed,
You
100%.
cannot really sit out and wait.
Yeah.
so it is now what? So Richard is thinking. Yeah, he's
Right, and
still
just-
thinking. Right.
Just to make it
10
a bit,
minutes left.
just make it a bit more clear for you guys. Once again, the board underneath us is the live board, and the board over there is the analysis board. I put the tags over there. So let's see. So Richard is thinking in the current position. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Hikaru. So let's analyze this once again. After knight h7, we said we have to take, right? I mean, king takes h7, loses on the spot to rook f7. So black has to take with the rook. White would love to play rook f6, but unfortunately this actually loses for white due to the move rook takes h5. Right? I mean, if white could gobble up all these pawns, he would be winning, but it doesn't work. So then the question is, how do we make progress? I mean, we could go something like rook h3 to get h6 in, but black can still block. And the nice thing for white is that we always have moves like b4. Once again, how is black ever going to create a passer over here? I mean, I think the question is, he isn't. And then sooner or later, black should end up in Zugzwang, you would think. So it feels like Hikaru should be winning. Can he convert? But in the meantime, Richard will have to play knight d7, I believe, or king g7 in that order. Otherwise, it's just lost.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's hard to win this rook endgame.
Yeah.
Is there any way to avoid it? I guess bishop g6 is best move.
After king
After
g7.
knight f6.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, knight f6. Bishop g6.
I think it's quite likely that we'll get this position. Here, knight h7 looks forced for black, because I mean, knight e4, take rook f4 just feels winning for white. No, I mean,
Exactly.
we just collect this pawn over here. White should be winning. So I think this move has to be played. But let's
Still
see.
4
no?
moves to make for Richard, so
Yeah,
he
Hikaru
needs
still has to
hurry
make
up with the move.
3 more moves. I don't see the players getting into any real-time pressure here. I mean, Richard must feel that knight e7 is the only move. Then after rook f3 he has to go here. Knight f6 will come on the next move, so we will not see a blunder. This is really just Hikaru's game to win. He should be winning here. I give Hikaru very good chances to win this this position. Yeah, and then he would only have to make a draw tomorrow to move on to the finals. So let's see.
Wonder what else is Richard is considering here. I mean, he already came up with an unexpected move, knight to b3 earlier. Maybe he's knight a4.
Knight a4 is a move, but I guess it just backfires, because I guess we just give a check. The king steps back, and we go bishop. Oh, knight c8. Monka, So, wait, but I mean, what if we just give a check? The king goes back. We go bishop g6, threaten this. Black has to go here. And then king g5. But the question is, how do we make progress here? Because let's say white goes... Although, wait, if black goes a5... So here's the problem. We cannot go rook f6. Rook f6 looks like a nice move, right? Because it would try to take this pawn. But the problem is... Black goes knight e4 with a fork, and if you take, you hang your rook. So this loses for white. So what do? You go rook f4 first. Let's say black goes b5. Now we go f3. Cover this square, black pushes, but it seems like we're just one move faster. But that is probably the variation that Richard has in mind. Rook f3 check has been played by Hikaru. The king went back to g6. So now bishop g6 played by Hikaru. Knight d6 has to be played. I mean, rook takes g6, gotta be an easy win. I mean, we take, rook f8. I'm having a very hard time to believe that black can hold here. So knight d6 only move. You have to stop this move. And then I guess we just go king g5, a5, rook f4, and we win. So spam that flower to give Hikaru power. That's sort of the last thing he has to find. Black has check here, but this should lead to a losing endgame, I think.
Yeah, it has to be. The only way was to force a trade of the bishop and knight on h7 and keeping the pawn structure intact.
Indeed.
And I mean,
Knight
yeah,
D6
the black pawns didn't even start moving, so there is no threat there at all yet.
It feels like it's just gonna take way too long. 96 has been played by Richard. Hikaru has to make his 40th move. I mean, he must see that this whole line, after king g5, he doesn't threaten this right away. But he must realize that black is completely stuck, right? Let's say king g5. Even if black goes rook h8, we just go rook f4, for example. Black does not have a move. Like a5, we go f3. And then on the next move, rook f6. Just to illustrate how deadly it is. Once the rook lands here, black cannot defend this pawn. If e6 drops, the knight is loose. Rook e7 is a threat. So that should be winning for Hikaru. It's sort of the last challenge in the position, I think. He has to solve. Is he up to the task? Okay, let's tune in. So we see Hikaru thinking here. He knows he has to make one more move, then he reaches move 40.
Will Rapport make a king move?
Hikaru will probably join later on stream, especially if he wins this game, I would think. I mean, but he will probably join. Yeah, he will probably join. But yeah, okay, he has 9 minutes. He should be able to figure this out, right? I mean, he must realize that black doesn't have a move and that rook f6 cannot be played right away, but he can prepare with rook f4 and f3. And
Yep.
black is... it's not even close, right? 3. Let's just make some. So a4, rook f6, b4, take, a3. I mean, I guess it could work for black if this pawn would be on a2, but it's... yeah, I guess it wins by one move.
Yeah,
'cause
he cannot take the knight, but right?
Wait, what do you mean? In this line he can, right? Or
You give a check. Yeah, you give a check and rook a7.
right? Yeah, we give a check. The king steps back, and now rook a7. We stop the pawn with an easy win. So spam that flower to give Hikaru power. Once again, I think if he finds king g5 and rook f4 and f3, he's gonna win the game. Yeah, king g5 on the board. Move 40 is reached.
Yeah.
Spam this flower to give Hikaru power. He now has 38 minutes to figure it out. And once again, the good thing for him is that after a5, there's no other moves. Because rook f6 loses to this. So how else do you make progress? The only plan there is rook f4 and f3. So I'm pretty sure now he's going to win this game. Pretty sure. I mean, once again, huge win, beating Richard. I mean, it's not over just yet. But Richie, what is he? He's ranked number 10 these days in classical chess. So huge win for Hikaru. Of course, it's a bit too early to start talking about things like these. But if he wins this game, he would move up to number 17 in the world rankings in classical chess. But it's looking all very good, and it's all thanks to you guys. You guys keep spamming in your energy, and he just takes it in. He just takes it in and makes the right moves.
Yeah, and of course the main thing tomorrow, he will only need to make a draw, albeit with black, but it's not impossible. And then he will go directly into the final without tiebreak.
Yeah, but of course it's all way too early. He still has to win this game. He looks very focused, that's a good sign. And then if he would win, he only needs to make a draw tomorrow to move on. And he would pass Karyakin. Maybe he'll make a comment about that as well. I mean, when Sergey tweeted that nonsense, just only fueled me to play better chess. And it's ridiculous to do that, Sergey. No, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to start up any drama. I know. I mean, you know Sergey as well, right? He's a nice guy. I guess he just wanted to support Yesipenko.
Yeah, of course. No, it's not. Well, first of all, Hikaru being invited, even if somebody thinks that somebody else was deserving it more, it doesn't mean that Hikaru has to give his spot away. Even if Hikaru himself thought that, and he did say that Isipenko deserves it, but of course giving it away, it's stupid. It's just stupid to assume that someone would do that. And Hikaru only proved that he is stronger, that Isipenko is just still a little bit raw for competing in the candidate cycle, and Hikaru already been there. And yeah, I'm sure Isipenko will make it to candidates in the next cycle. I'm absolutely certain.
Yeah. Yeah, no, indeed. And also, as Hikaru pointed out many times, he's playing with less pressure right now. Professional chess is not, as he said many times, his main source of income anymore, so that takes away a bit of the pressure. And in the World Chess Championship cycle, the pressure is always way higher. I mean, in the candidates, but also in the Grand Prix. So it's definitely nice for him that he doesn't have that. But he also, as you pointed out, has the experience. Isipenko, of course, an amazing talent, and I'm sure we'll see him in many other world cycles as well. Sergei is, by the way, also already in the candidates. So that's also going to be very exciting to see. But once again, guys, we don't want to stir up any drama. Like, Hikaru is an amazing player, Sergei is an amazing player, and Isipenko is an amazing player as well. So just, yeah, keep that in mind.
Meanwhile, Hikaru is still thinking.
Richard is still thinking. So I guess Richard must realize that he is lost, right? I mean, he has 3 minutes on the clock, and if there's simply you can be thinking here, or maybe he's just trying to look for a variation that is not lost. He must see that probably a5 is sort of the only logical move, but he must also realize that this is probably lost. So then he's looking for something else, but he just cannot find it. I guess the only way for Richard to keep the game somewhat going is to go something like a5, you go rook f4, and here knight e4. Because if you go b5, white goes f3, knight e4 is out of the position forever, and white just goes rook f6 and wins the game. So in this position is really the last chance. Black could go knight e4 check, which we kind of have to take. Black recaptures. We probably take. And white's up a pawn, but it's not over just yet. Black still has something like rook f6. Hitting this pawn over here, maybe like f4. But I guess this should all win for white. After rook f5, we go king back. Black has rook b5, but white should be faster, I would think. I'm curious what happens if black goes...
you don't even have time to take on h5 due to rook e5.
Wait, where? We take on where?
No, I meant, I'm blundering on e6. Yeah, this doesn't work.
Well, I mean, rook b5 is an option, but white takes here, and it feels like white is further advanced. Although, black is going to take this pawn here. This a pawn is passed. This is not 100% over. This is not 100% over. It's not 100% over. That's what I would say.
Yeah, there is some counterplay still. Yeah, how do we advance our pawn on h5?
I don't know. So let's see. Yeah, it's not that easy because the h pawn is passed, but it's not connected. We also have to.
No, you guys, he will not flag. He can always play knight e4.
Right, he can always just give a check, reach move 40, and then just take it from there. It's not over just yet. But so how does... Okay, you can maybe go rook here and put the rook behind the pawn. So let's say this pawn pushes. Go rook here, b5. But I guess then we start pushing the e pawn. These pawns are difficult to push because the rook is right behind. And if you go, let's say rook b3, we push. a3, we push. b4, we push. King f7, we push, and we should win. a5, by the way, has been played by Richie. So Hikaru back at the board. Now we do... oh, and rook f4 blitzed out right away. That's a sign that he's feeling very confident. So now Richard has to play. Knight e4 is the only way to keep the game somewhat going. If you go b5, f3, it's just over. Once again, because a4, rook f6, you collect this pawn. The entire position collapses for black. So the only chance for Richard is to play knight e4. But then white should be winning one way or another.
Yeah, and the reason Hikaru played the rook f4 so fast is also, of course, because he was calculating for Richard's time. And
Yeah.
it is, as you said, the only move basically for white, and next is f3. If he doesn't play knight e4 now, then black is in a complete zugzwang. Because
Indeed,
pushing
yeah.
these pawns without support of a knight is impossible, and the knight cannot come out. It has
Indeed,
to defend f7 square, so he has to trade it. But yeah, now in hindsight we can see that going knight c8 was much worse than knight d7, f6, h7, because trading just the pieces without losing a pawn, of course, is much better. And I bet Richard is now kicking himself.
Yeah. The only thing I was wondering about is, let's say Richard plays a move like b5. I guess we go... so we go
F3?
f3.
Yeah.
So rook f6 is the threat. So let's say black goes knight f5. Although here we have e4. Because black can never take on d4. We give a check and collect the rook and we win. And if black goes back, now we can go e5. And if black goes knight f5, just to illustrate real quick why we went e4, because in this position we could take the knight, but it's of course much better to include e4, e5, and now take the knight, because the pawn is already advanced way up the board. So now we take, and with all these passed pawns, white should be winning somehow. I mean, I would think that here pawn and game's probably already winning. Like, let's say...
wait, I had a crazy idea to take on f5, not with the bishop, but with the rook. Isn't rook too slow coming back from h6?
Oh.
And we just promote a pawn?
Oh, that's a very nice idea. Indeed, we just go e6, and how is black gonna stop this pawn? If black
This
takes
bishop
here...
is such a monster, oh my god.
Indeed, we just recapture. If the king steps back, we go here. White is way faster with deep pawns over here. Black could move the rook back, but we just go e7, and black is just getting crushed here. So a read... oh, that's a very nice move. Rook takes f5. Very nice. That just wins on the spot. So once again, you guys, the only way for Richie to keep the game going is the move knight e4. If he doesn't do it, if he goes b5, f3, he can just resign. After knight e4, there's still some issues to be solved, but I feel like Hikaru should be able to figure it out.
Yeah, that would be really nice to see this on the board. Because of course Hikaru is just a god of puzzle rushes, puzzle battles, so instant move.
Are you saying Hikaru is the best in the world in Puzzle Rush?
Okay, I'm entering dangerous waters here. I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Okay, I will not say anything.
Yeah.
How dare you? Okay, it depends, survival or puzzle battle.
Well, I mean, he is better. He's better at rush. I think he's both. He's definitely faster with the mouse. That's definitely a big factor. He's definitely faster with the mouse, and I guess also a little bit faster in the tactics himself. But in Puzzle Rush Survival, I'm the best in the world. Pago. Not even close.
Yeah,
We're getting word here. Yeah, it's all. Oh, you go ahead.
Yesterday on stream, I had a little match, just a spontaneous match against Tani. That's just incredible what that kid does.
Well,
he gave me almost 2 minutes odds, and still destroyed me. Was like.
You were already doing puzzles for 2 minutes, then he started like 2 minutes late, and he still won.
Yeah, he started when I had like 20 maybe 20 points, 25, and then he crushed me with like 38.
Huh.
Just ridiculous speed.
Yeah. Well, Tiny at this point is notorious for coming into for begging everyone for Puzzle Rush. He also has me a couple times, only a couple times I wanted to play Puzzle Rush. But yeah, no, he's very good. He's very good in puzzle battles. Sorry, puzzle battle I should say. But yeah, Hikaru he's been pretty much addicted to like online blitz, but from a very young age. That's why, of course, he's very fast with the mouse. But the best in the world in Puzzle Rush, it's not even close. It's Ray Robson. He just crushes the field every time.
Yeah. Yeah, Ray's just insane. How? Yeah, it's just a different level. I guess he is much more focused on puzzles than anyone else. I mean, I hardly see him playing casual blitz games.
Jimis is, of course, very good. Jimis definitely deserves a mention as, you know, the world number 2 in Puzzle Rush, but Ray is really the god in Puzzle Rush. He's like, he won the Puzzle Battle World Championship like 3 years in a row now. So yeah,
he's very consistent. He like I don't think I've ever seen him tilting. Maybe only after a very long stream. At the end he could, but like he never like goes below a certain, like his worst score will still be better than anyone else's on average, and
Yeah,
that is probably the main reason of him being number 1.
yeah. If Ray has a bad score, he scores 50, which is still pretty insane. So let's see. So we said 94 check. But since Richard is stinging here, we could also pull up that other interview with Levon and Linier. Let's try to see if we can pull that up. Just a second, let's go back.
Do you know if Levon was interviewed by the press officer as well to talk about the game?
Yeah,
Or was it only Dina?
He was interviewed by Dina, but let's see if we can.
Yeah, so they don't do both because I would want to know some chess questions answered, but I also don't expect him to reveal.
So I'm joined in the press room with Grandmasters Linier Dominguez and Levon Aronian. They just finished their first game of the semi-final with a victory for Levon. Levon, tell us, you played the opening so fast that it almost seemed that you knew this position would come on the board. So what's your secret, Levon?
You can never guarantee that you will get a certain position on the board, but since Linier employs this opening, which is, I think, very interesting for Black, I thought that there is a probability that this might happen. And then I've prepared a little bit. I cannot say my knowledge is too much about this position, but I knew it's playable, it's interesting, and it's a difficult position for humans to play, and it requires immense pressure. And I had this feeling after difficult tie break, and it would have been maybe my chance because I would maybe surprise Linier.
Okay, Linier, obviously a very complicated game, full of twists and turns. What went wrong for you today, Linier?
Yeah, well, it's obviously very, very difficult position to play in practice. I thought I was thinking about different possibilities, but I probably took too much time, and at some point I blundered that I cannot really take on d4 with my bishop c7 b6 maneuver, because then my king will be very weak, even if I'm up 2 pawns or something. After bishop takes d4, king h1, bishop f2 was my original idea, but then I think knight e4 and
yes,
bishop e1, and it's looks not great for Black. So I had not so much time at that point, and I decided to play this 95, 96, but then b3 is very strong. So I think, yeah, all in all, of course, difficult game. I felt that I had, of course, some interesting chances, but the way I played is just not good.
Okay. I'd like to ask you many more questions, but tomorrow you have the second game, and I understand completely that it's not appropriate for me to ask certain questions. Taking into account tomorrow you said you have the second game, so I'll leave it for now, and hopefully tomorrow I can ask you a few more questions after the game.
Thank you.
Alright guys, yeah, so that was a nice interview with both the players. I saw a lot of you guys asking in the chat, if Hikaru wins this leg, will it be enough to qualify for the candidates? Winning this leg alone is not enough, but they will put him in a very good position. I mean, let's say he wins this leg, and then in the next leg he makes it to the semifinals. I think it's quite likely that that's going to be enough. Once again, there are 24 players. They play in 2 out of the 3 Grand Prix, and in every Grand Prix, in every leg, they accumulate points, and the players with the most points at the end, the 2 players with the most points qualify for the candidates.
Chat is saying Maria only laughed once. Well, I mean, it's typical Levon when he says, I knew this position a little bit and I knew it's playable. And then he goes on just blitzing out 20 moves, only increasing time on his clock. A little bit, really? That's just really typical Levon.
Right.
I asked him few questions in the past in different roles as a journalist, and I feel I was just trolled every single time.
Yeah. And people were asking, so you need to win 1 leg? No, you don't. Let's say you finish second in both the legs that you play. I think you also have a very good chance of making it. I think it's pretty likely that you'll make it if you come in second 2 times.
No, of course, winning the leg will help. Definitely helps.
And there was a Dina interview, but we showed that earlier already. Yeah. So hope that makes sense to everyone. All the rules, of course, it's a bit complicated, maybe how it all works out, but we explained the rules already plenty of times. So, but yeah, I mean, if Hikaru wins this game, he has very good chances of making it. But of course, he would also have to do well in the 3rd leg that he is also playing. But of
Which
course,
certain questions do you think the press officer did not want to ask today? Certain questions.
I mean, so after this game, he was asking questions about the game specifically, and I guess maybe he wanted to ask more questions about the players, right? Like, Levon, why did you go into this line? Did you feel like it was especially good for this game against Linye, right? Such questions. Of course, Levon is not going to say too much because he's playing Linye again tomorrow. So I guess something along those lines.
Yeah, and I guess so. How did he prepare, and like what strategy did he choose? Yeah, I feel like he could still ask what is the strategy for tomorrow. But yeah, maybe because both Dina and Michael were interviewing, they were asked to not to ask too many questions. But also I feel so sorry for Linier. What went wrong for you today? I felt like the best answer there is everything. But yeah.
Well, I mean, I think he gave a good breakdown of what went wrong, right? I mean, he just got caught in Aronion's preparation. Maybe he took a little bit too long. Maybe he took a bit too much time. And then he did not find up the right moves. But people were saying refresh, but the board is refreshed.
Yeah, guys, it's very normal on the 40th move when the player is thinking over his move 41 and runs out of his initial time that he had from the start of the game. This always happens because the time is not adding on the clock during your thinking. It only adds after you run out, and because of the PGN updating not live but like after the move, only then we will see the actual time. So now he's using his extra 30 minutes.
Right. So the only thing we do know is that Hikaru has 38 minutes on the clock, right? Here we see 8 minutes, but he's getting 30 minutes added. How much time Richard has, we don't know. He got an additional 30 minutes once he reached move 40, but he already spent some of that time. So I guess right now he's around 25, 20, something along those lines. But I guess he just does not see a line here, because we said 94 is sort of the only move, but it really just feels lost. This rook endgame, white is up a pawn and is much further advanced. I wonder, like, after rook f6, is rook f4 an option or not? Maybe not. I guess black takes.
Yeah, you allow to take there, a4, b5. Well, black pawns seem to be too slow.
Well, here they seem a bit too fast, right? If we trade rooks.
We cannot go to e3 immediately. We have to go to e4, a4. Are they in time? I guess you start with b4 and you don't allow the king to come up.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we go to this side of the board, then black is going to go here and collect this pawn on h5, and then it might even be lost for white. So that's not what Hikaru should do. Instead, he should go f4. I guess if black plays b5, maybe we now can go rook e5. This rook endgame, this pawn endgame should be winning, I would think, because also after a4, we should be able to get into the square. a4, king e4, b3, king d3, and we're just in time.
Yeah, also our king stops those pawns together with the pawn on b2, while our pawns will just advance and the king cannot stop them.
Indeed, and we also...
The pawns e and h.
Right, yeah. So, and after rook e5, if black plays a move like a4, preparing this trade, then white can go e4, shut it down forever. Rook c5 is going to come and white's going to win. So the only line we saw that is still a bit complicated is rook to f6, hitting the pawn. Then after f4, rook f5 has to be played. We go king g4. I guess king f6, rook e5 should be a pretty clean win for white, because black has to trade. I guess we take with the d pawn and we just create another pass pawn very, very quickly. And I mean, look at the pawns, right? White's pawns already so far advanced. Black still has to push both b and the a pawns up the board. I mean, let's just illustrate. Let's say black goes here, we go h6, a4, fe. I mean, it's just not even close. By the way, Richie has moved. He's played 94 check. Okay, so this is the only move to keep the game somewhat going. Okay. So we said Hikaru has to take. Rook f6 has to be played. We go f4. Rook f5, king g4. Rook b5 has to be played here, because king f6, rook e5 is a win for white. So rook b5, we take. Rook takes b2 has to be played here. And then I think we said rook e8 and rook a8 should be winning. In the meantime, Hikaru has taken on a4. I could win this position with my left hand, yeah.
I'm not sure what is it, 1 minute? It should be about 15 minutes left on his clock.
Right, yeah. The clock has updated. Richard has 14 minutes on the clock and Hikaru probably 38. So let's see, this is all on the board. So let's say rook e8. So let's say b5. I guess we go here. And after a4, we just said e4, right? And we just start pushing these pawns down the board. I mean,
yeah.
White should always be way faster, I would think. I mean, once again, look at these pawns. They're also like coming in with checks. All of this is on the board. Hikaru has taken on e4. Rook f6, the only move for Richie to keep the game going here. Otherwise, just game over. But once again, given the fact that Hikaru, he trains his calculation indeed a lot, with a lot of blitz, a lot of puzzles, he should be able to win this game. There's no doubt in my mind that he will win.
Yeah, absolutely. Our king is also super strong and helps the pawns, while black rook is on its own, on her own.
Indeed, yeah. So let's say...
In fact, we can even create some checkmate, maybe.
Right.
For instance, after f6, the king cannot go to h6, because rook h8 mate.
Anyway, so rook f6 has been played.
So yeah, now f4.
Or the
Yeah,
4
it's
has
very
to be
important
played.
to not to play rook e5 right now.
Okay, let's see. Hikaru is thinking in the current position. So the pawn on f2 is under attack. Let's see. f4 has been played on the board. Very, very good. Yeah, I think he's, yeah. So f4 looking very good. If he gets one move, rook e5 shuts down all the counterplay. So rook f5 has to be played by black. But then, as we said, rook f5 only move, because once again, if black goes here, we go rook e5. This rook is
Yeah,
stuck.
it's too dangerous.
So black has to give this
And
check. King
pawns.
g4. This has to be played. Black does not have time for a move like king f7 or king here because of rook e5. And all of the pawn in game should be winning because white is just way, way faster. So once again, rook b5 has to be played. We take. Black could go a4 first, but he has to take at some point. And then I kind of like this idea of just putting the rook behind the pawns. That's it. Black goes here, and then we start pushing our own. Before. It's still a little bit dank. It's still a little bit dank. Keep spamming your flower. Keep spamming those flowers, you guys. Hikaru still has to solve some problems. Spam this flower to give Hikaru power. Indeed, if he calculates all of this correctly, he will win the game. But that's sort of the last hurdle.
So what will we do after king g4, king f6? Do we push
Well,
h6?
then rook e5.
Still rook e5.
And the pawn in game should always be winning, because I go e4 in the next move and just force it, and then my pawns are just so far advanced that white should win. So black has to go rook b5. By the way, Hikaru is thinking after rook f5, but king g4 looks like the only move to me. But he's away from the board. I guess that's the only reason why he
Yeah,
hasn't moved
I
yet.
guess that's the reason, yeah.
King g4 on the board. Very good. So let's see. Rook b5, we take. Black takes. We go here. So maybe b5 is not 100% clear just yet. So let's see. By the way, Richie has played the move rook b5. So let's see. What happens if we push? Yeah, black always pushes this pawn. So apparently we go here. Okay, 2. Let's say we push here. Maybe rook b8 to control this pawn. Black goes here, I guess. But what if we push? Black pushes. What if we push?
e5 maybe. Which one do you prefer to push?
Well, both pawns, e5 and f5, and then we just prepare f6. And then I guess if a3 we throw in a check.
f6,
King moves
h6.
over. Do we have h6, a2?
What if we don't push f pawn and just push e pawn and use the fact that king is so far away from one of them?
Sorry, if we don't. So just.
Ah,
push
yeah,
the e-pawn.
this also works. Yeah, h7 also works.
Right, but after h6, black still has a2. We would have to stop that pawn, and then I guess black has to go here.
But do we? Even if black... Ah, no, they promote first.
But so
There are no
still-
crazy checkmates with like promoting to a knight.
I guess
I guess
so,
no.
yeah.
Like if our rook was on d8, then it would be checkmate
Right.
with rook d6. But just looking for some tactics.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, if the king is here, we definitely can promote to the knight and then promote the second pawn.
Oh, yeah.
It's just
That'd
if
be
we
funny
promote
idea.
with the check, it's over, because it's definitely checkmate.
But it's always kind of tricky, because black's... Okay, so rook h2, this should be quite clean, I think. We take here, and then we should be able to run up this pawn. I was just wondering, like, what if black takes? We go f7, but then black goes rook here. Although, I mean, we have both the pawns. But I guess this is winning because we queen first, but it's all a bit... It's not 100% clear cut. Like, it always comes down to one move.
Well, if we promote first, we definitely checkmate the king.
True, true. But I'm saying, like, he has to calculate all of this in advance.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah, true.
course, this position is clear, but I'm saying, like, calculating all of this is not that easy. So yeah.
I guess that's why he is taking time. Yeah, it's not
That's why
Hikaru
he's taking his
move.
time, indeed.
I'm just wondering if there is anything easier. Yeah, so takes d5. No, we thought to push the pawn immediately, right?
And guys, I'm saying that the current position on the board is not 100% clear. Because Richard is going to take the pawn on b2, and then he has both these pawns. And indeed, Hikaru has 33 minutes on the clock here, so he could spend some time here, like 15, maybe 20 minutes, and then keep moving. He shouldn't. He should definitely keep time on the clock, though, because a surprise might pop up or something. Yeah. Anyway, so let's see. After rook to b5, it does feel like he should take this pawn, though. I mean, he cannot defend this one. So, although, wait, he has rook e5, I guess. Although, so after rook e5, so there's this, but black also has a4, which is very nasty. Because here black wins a move, and if we trade now, then black is suddenly very fast. And just to illustrate, if white takes here and black takes, then black has gained a move, and all of a sudden it's showing that it's much less clear. So it really all comes down to one move. I'm saying that it's not clear, you guys, like, but he should
It's clear
take...
for chat, obviously.
Yeah. You should take
Yeah, no,
on e6.
playing rook e5 is very dangerous due to a4, and I think black at least gets a draw there, if not more.
Hikaru has moved. He's taken the pawn on e6. That's the right move. Rook takes b2 by Richard now has to be played. Keep spamming that flower. Keep sending in your energy. He has to find some more precise moves. Then he will win the game, but it's not over just yet. a4 played by Richie. Okay, so now let's see. So he could... Wait, is rook e7 check
He didn't take,
clever?
right? Okay.
Yeah, he didn't take right away. So I was thinking maybe rook e7 would make sense. Because if the king steps forward... Oh, wait, do we have h6 here? Huh. And the pawn can just not be stopped. So h6 would win on the spot.
King h7 and then f5.
No, wait, what do you... after king f6,
No.
h6.
After king h6, okay.
After king f6, then h6. Because let's say you take on b2, we just go h7. This rook gets behind the passed pawn, but we can take here, for example. And after a3...
Yeah, but the king has to go to h6. It's
Right,
not
yeah.
kind of a
So the
push.
king could go here. Then we could do the same thing. Or we could maybe start pushing this. But at least he can, throw in rook e7, see where Richie wants to go. Oh, but rook e7 has been played by Hikaru. Right. So let's put it all on the board. So now we're saying Richie has to go here, right? Because if he goes to f8, actually there's this move again. And if you take the rook h7, this is covered. The rook cannot come back to the a rank as well, so white is winning. Because, it should just be completely winning. There's just no chance for black.
Yeah, king h6 only move that stops h6.
Yeah. It's the only move for Richie to keep the game going. So let's say he goes king h6. Of course, he could go rook e6 to gain a bit of time on the clock and take it from there. But let's say he goes here. Richie is going to take rook a king h6, by the way, has been played by Richie. Richie is putting up a tough defense. Hikaru still has to find the most precise moves to win this game. But we are going to be taking a very short break, you guys. Do not go anywhere. Keep sending in your energy. Hikaru needs you guys to get this win here in the first game of the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. We'll see you guys after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Maria, things are looking really good for Hikaru.
Yeah, it's nearly over. Honestly, Rapport, of course, knows that this got to be lost, but he's trying to find some complications to maybe get some chance with a pawn run, but here there is not much chance to create anything. In fact, the only move to support the pawn is to play b5, and in that case there is e4 coming, and yeah, he certainly knows it's losing.
Right.
Maybe he will
always
try like
here.
rook g2 check, king f5. No, he will have to defend that pawn anyway.
Yeah, I think he has to defend this pawn. So let's have a look. Right, like let's say black goes b5. It feels like white should always be faster. Of course, it's tricky. I mean, if these pawns are also going to push down the board. But let's have a look. So b5. I think we talked about e4. Trying to go e5 and f5 very quickly. I mean, b4 is currently impossible for black because we take the pawn. a3, same story. We take that pawn. But we have a move by Richard. Richard has played b5. So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. e4 looks logical to me to just start pushing the pawns. So let's say black plays something like rook a2, right? Defending this pawn on a4. So now he could start pushing the b pawn. Let's say we play e5, b4. I think we looked at this, right? Then f5. There's still b3, but we push with a check. The king has to move over. And then, this is a very nasty variation. In this position, after king f7, we have the move d5. And you might be wondering, like, wait, what in the frick? Like, why aren't we just hanging a pawn? But the point is, if black takes, we now go rook a7 check. And the king cannot step up because now there's rook e7 checkmate. That's why we put this pawn here. And if this pawn, if the king steps back, black is always just getting checkmated with these pawns and the rook coming to the 8th rank. So that is a very nice line. But also I feel like lines with h6 should always be winning for white. Of course, always a little bit tricky with these pawns over here. But Hikaru has 28 minutes. He should be able to figure it out. And let's see. Let's look at him in the live feed.
Yeah, e4 on the board.
Very nice.
And what did
Okay, Hikaru, yeah, it's gonna push, e4 on the board. Yeah, and as we see, Richard down to 8 minutes. Hikaru still 28 minutes on the clock. Looking very, very good. He's just gonna push these pawns down the board. And I don't see how Richie can save this.
What if rook d2?
I guess if rook d2, we should be able to just sack this pawn. Like, let's say we go e5. And if you take, I guess, just king g5. Both sides have 3 pawns, but white's pawns are further advanced. Also, the black rook is not stopping them, and the white rook is stopping the black pawns. So white should be winning here.
Yeah, if you take on d4, you cannot advance any of the pawns. a3
Indeed.
is gonna be not defended, and b4 blunders a4.
Right, and it's not about the the quantity of the pawns here, but it's about the quality. Once again, these pawns are just marching down the board. Black could maybe have another pawn here, but if those pawns are not pushing, it doesn't matter. You saw Hikaru there getting up from the board. He's looking pretty confident. I think he has it all calculated, and yeah, he should be able to win this one. Okay, Richie reaching for, he played rook a2. Okay, so rook a2 was a move you looked at, probably still a good practical chance to go b4, b3. So let's say we go e5. Black could also play something like a3. And if f5, rook a1, I guess, to go a2. But white should always be much, much faster, I would think.
Yeah.
So let's see, rook a2 on the board. Hikaru looking very focused. He's nodding. I guess he has expected rook a2. He's probably already calculated it. So let's see what he's gonna come up with.
Yeah, will he play e5 or advance the king with the threat of h6 and rook a7 check?
Right, I mean, I guess if you go king g5 is definitely an option as well. But there's always this check rook g2, and h6 is not too big of a threat. Like, you really want to push these two connected pawns up the board. But king g5 definitely moves as well.
The thing is, if rook gives a check on g2, we will go to f5, which we're also happy with, but then black loses a tempo to advance the pawn any further. So
Indeed,
they
yeah.
cannot play either a3 or b4.
Right, true, yeah. But yeah, I think he's just gonna push the pawn. It looks very straightforward. Let's have a look once again. So let's say e5, let's say black goes a3, we go f5, and it's just all coming very, very quickly. Like b4, let's say we push. I guess if king h7, maybe we just push and push. Right, f7, rook here, and e6. And if b3 we can even take here, it's not even close. But I mean, if we go e7, we actually always queen one move earlier. So let's see. I mean, this line with king f7 was still not 100% clear. There's this move d5, which probably wins. h6 probably also wins. But still, you have to choose one line, stick with it, calculate it through the end, and not get confused. Like, you could also be like, there's this move, there's this move. But at the end of the day, you can only play one, right? So let's see which one he will come up with.
It's just e5 still, right, on the board? Oh no, he didn't play e5, okay.
e5 has not been played yet.
Yeah,
but...
I keep lagging, sorry.
No, no worries.
Chat is saying e5, I got confused.
Probably they're confused with e4.
We're all confused.
Yeah, E5
The most important is Hikaru is not confused.
Yeah.
Everything
As
else
we
doesn't matter.
We saw him on the live board there, or live cam for a very quick moment. He did look pretty confident. I mean, he's making all the right moves. e4, I mean, if you go e4, the logical follow-up would be e5. So I guess that's what he's going to play. So let's see.
What about f5? Well, f5 doesn't go anywhere, unfortunately. Plus, it allows the rook to give two checks, and with the king on e5, you cannot push e5 pawn. So it's a little bit strange. e5 is further away from the king. Bless you.
Thank you. So f5 is also an option, I guess. You play f5 or e5 in like in both orders. It's probably fine. So let's see. Banka. Which move is he gonna choose?
Yeah, f5 wins as well. It's just e5 is cleaner.
Yeah. Richard has been putting up a very tough defense, but I feel like Hikaru should be able to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, that a5 idea that Hikaru calculated, how much did he spend? Like 15 minutes on that move?
Yeah, he
incredible.
spent quite a bit of time there, yeah. No, that was a really nice find by him.
Definitely complicated it enough for Rapport to make a mistake, and that takes a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the practical problems there just became too much for Rapport to deal with, and indeed, it looks like Hikaru is taking him down here. Okay, I mean, I'm pretty sure he is calculating e5. That's the reason why So let's have a look once again. So let's say we go e5, black's gonna go b4, we go f5, black goes b3. Let's say we go f6, the king moves over.
Well, even if you don't find d5, h6 also wins.
So let's say we go h6. So what if black gives a check over here? We go maybe king back. And there's b2 maybe. And if
Rook
here...
b8.
What about a3?
Oh, that's nice.
It's a-
5
it's a
head.
little-
Rook b7 check.
So let's say we give a check. So I guess we just always go f7, right? Like let's say king here, f7. We should be winning
Depends
here.
where. We can also play h7.
But then maybe the rook stops it.
Yeah, f7 is winning. Yeah, f7 should be winning.
Yeah, of course we can take the rook, but then there's a2. But
Because like
F-
if you promote to a queen, we can even promote to a knight with a check. And then take the queen and then promote the second pawn.
Wait, so you're saying f7?
f7 b1 queen.
Oh, promote to a knight, right? Yeah. And then take this pawn over here. True. Yeah. That wins. The thing, yeah, I mean here. Oh wait. Uh-oh, Hikaru mouse left. Uh-oh.
What?
No, just kidding. The mouse got stuck. I was just showing this line. Yeah, rook takes b1.
You actually got me.
No. Alright, let's see. Okay, no, but this is always winning because, I mean, with one pawn, this one pawn is never really going anywhere, and then we have, like, all our own pawns that should win the game. Okay.
Pawn squad.
Anyway, so let's see. Hikaru is still think. Wait, the second board is not updating. Okay. They play check. Check is still check is fine. Okay, so the king has to go here, right? You cannot walk.
King
You
h6,
cannot walk
yeah.
into, you know, all the checks. So let's say the king has to go to h6, which has just been played. So how does this proceed? Maybe we go.
Maybe he can take on. He wants to take on c6, rook a6, and then rook c6 check.
So let's see. Do you have them on the live feed here? Rook a7. So rook a6, right? So let's say b4 by black. Okay, I guess I go d5, right? Create another pass pawn here, and that way I distract your rook. Because if you go a3, let's say I take. I don't know, rook c2. But now I guess your pawns are not going anywhere. So what if I just push? If the king steps back, we push, maybe. It's not 100% clear just yet.
e5, yeah. H7, maybe f5. a2. Feel like these pawns will promote even without the rook. Let's see what we can find here. Okay, 7 check. King.
But it's fine. I think we have an imposter in the chat. Someone. I thought this was a real GMHikaru. I was like, wait, isn't he playing the Rapid Chess Championship? But this is GMHikaru. It very much looks like GMHikaru, but it's GMHikaru. Very, very
Okay.
close. Very, very close.
Yeah. No, I believe if even if Anish was not playing the Rapid Championship, he would be on Twitch, on Twitter, not in Twitch.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. Hikaru is staying in the current position. Not okay. So what happens if we just push this pawn? So let's say we go e5. Let's say black goes b4, e6, b3. I mean, this isn't that clear. Monka.
Let's go Rapport. That's a little bit too late. But
I mean,
of
well,
course,
it's
we
not-
really like Rapport as a player.
It's not over just yet. I'm not a huge fan of this last move, rook a7. So what should... So we said rook a6 is a move, but after rook a6 there's also rook g1. Rook g2, sorry, to reckon with. Although after rook g2, I guess we go king up. And now your pawns, once again, are not going anywhere. So this should be fine for us. But sort of my main worry is that... Although, wait, black just moves the king, I guess. Now
Yeah,
the
king h6, yeah. King h7.
So
No, the
we
live board currently is covered.
So we could just push, like pushes. We could push, like pushes. If we push, like push the pawn. Okay, but here we win immediately, because we go rook b7, stop the pawn, a3, e7, and we win, because we queen first. And black simply cannot stop the pawn. So after... So here black's only chance would be, I guess, to throw in a check. We go king back. b2 here. Stop the pawn. a3. And there's e7. Rook back. f6. I mean, this wins once again by... I mean, although white queens with a check. But it's all by one move. And it's a little bit scary to see these pawns just move down all the way to b2 and a2.
And that's why Hikaru is calculating every single line. No blunder, no. He's making sure and the move will follow very soon. But yeah, he has so many options. Sometimes it's better when you have just one option.
Yeah.
When it's too many, it's very easy to get lost in all of the calculations.
Yeah, that is one thing. He does have, you know, quite a bit of options, right? There's e5, there's f5, there's rook a6. And then also, yeah, one variation might be winning by one move. We saw him, you know, head bopping there. That's generally a sign that he's feeling confident.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see which line he trusts here. Let's see, Hikaru looking very, very focused. Because just to illustrate you guys, once again, it's not about, like, let's say we go rook a6, king h7, and take. This is not necessarily good, even though we take another pawn, but it's, once again, about the quality of the pawns. Black doesn't care about the c pawn. It's just going to push the b and a pawns down the board. Usually one passed pawn cannot really do any damage by itself, but two passed pawns move down the board very, very effectively. So he should not take here, but then maybe here he could push. Okay, he's about to move. He's reaching for a piece. I guess he should still push one of these pawns.
Or rook a6. It's really annoying that we cannot see the board from this angle.
Indeed, yeah.
It's a photographer talking in me.
Yeah.
Very weird angling.
Right, because I guess you would always make sure that the board is also always included. Okay.
Yeah, if you focus on the face, then the angle should be from below, so that you can actually see the face. Otherwise, there is no reason to
rook
cut
a6
off
on the
the
board.
board.
So I guess now, so I feel like b4, d5 should be winning for white. The only question is what happens if black goes, let's say, king h7. Because what I kind of like with the king on g7 is that f6 would always come with a check. Right, so let's say the king goes here. I mean, we could push, for example, the pawn goes down. We could push, pawn goes down. King h7, by the way, played by Richie. Okay, I guess we just push or push this. It's all pretty dank. Let's go b5, b4, 6, b3.
Hikaru looking at the ceiling.
Probably winning. I guess this is. Okay, it's not over just yet. Keep spamming that flower to give Hikaru power. He still has to figure out the winning lines here.
Or rather, he does see the winning lines. He just needs to make sure that this works.
Yeah. So let's see what he's gonna do.
So yeah, king g5 is an option, e5.
Yeah.
Only rook c6. Rook c6 is not really an option.
Yeah, because here we just lose too much time. We take this pawn, but black gets b4 in, and also the rook on c6 is misplaced. So I guess he just has to start pushing one of these pawns. So let's have a look once again. So we said e5, b4 kind of only move. There's e6, there's also f5. So let's say we go f5, black throws in b3. I mean, maybe e6,
rook g2.
Right, and then b2.
And then b2. Yeah, that's annoying. That's very annoying. Rook b6. A3 gets really dangerous.
Yeah. I think maybe, okay, so he could repeat the moves here once. Although Richie could also go back with the king now, I guess.
Yeah, he probably will go back to h6 because he's happy with the draw.
Well, I thought maybe the king could go back to g8.
Yeah.
It's not easy, you guys. It's not easy. It's not over just yet.
Yeah, imagine how many believers will lose points if it's a draw. How much it was? Like 2 million points?
I don't know. But yeah, let's see what is gonna happen.
Monka, yeah, let's build Monka.
Okay.
20 million, okay. Alright, okay.
People are saying it's only one game. Well, it's semi-final of the Grand Prix. And if he wins this, he takes a huge step towards the final. And if you make it to the final, you're very close to making it to the candidates. Okay. Keep spamming in that flower. He needs the energy. It's a very complicated endgame. Which might... Okay, rook a7 check played. I kind of like that move. And now I think he should push the pawn. So I think he should go e5, b4. What was the line I think we said e6, b3, and f5. This was the line we gave. Now, if black ever moves this rook, right? Let's say rook e2. I think rook a4 is just game over. This one pawn alone can't do any damage, so white should win. Now we said if b2, we just go rook b7. This rook is stuck. Oh wait, no, wait, wait, they've repeated the moves.
Yeah, he's probably just going to play the pawn move now. Flag? No, no flag. 10 minutes.
Wait, is he? No, wait, is he? No, he's not. Okay, I guess he's just making sure that it's not a threefold. But now, although, wait, where did this? So they started off here. So let's see. So this is 1. 1. Okay, so okay, wait, let's check. So king h6, 1. 1, 2, 2. So rook a7, king h6 would be a draw automatically. He cannot play this move. Then Richard can claim the draw. But pushing the pawn. Okay, so e5, b4, f5, b3. In e6, there's always check, right? King f3 and b2. Here and here. E7 here. Very, very tough. Very, very tough.
Throwing for content. Imagine Hikaru repeating the moves 2 times just to scare the chat. That's like next level.
So wait, he has moved. E5. Okay, E5 on the board. So now Richard has to play B4. So what is Hikaru gonna? So what should Hikaru do here after B4? So maybe now we throw in the check. Although, like we said, the king could go back to G8. I think like after king H6, it's a bit better because there's some lines where you queen with a check. It's practically checkmate. Spam that flower to give Hikaru power. He needs you guys. He needs you guys. It's not easy. Keep giving him energy. Keep giving him energy. Oh, by the way, has this all been played? Okay, that would be good. So, okay, so wait, what is happening?
Yeah, before has to be played.
Yeah, before only move for Richie. I feel like A3 should always be way too slow. Although A3 also an option, but I guess we don't have to be too worried about this A pawn pushing down the board. It's really the B pawn that is more scary because the rook is not behind that pawn.
Yeah, for sure.
B4 by Richie. Okay.
Oh, scared. So what now? King G5 or F5? Yeah, he has some checkmating ideas here. G5, rook a7. Then I guess e6, and if king goes to g8, then king f6. But yeah, it's just one move everywhere.
Yeah. It's very, very close. Very, very close. Let's see
guys,
which move
more power, send your energy. Channel the energy. How Kanti was doing. Channel the energy.
Yeah. Wait, e6. Okay. I kind of like e6 because I think e6 might make it a bit more clear. Because let's say black goes b3. We could go e7. Rook e2. Take on rook b4. And even though white has lost some of its advantage here, the position has cleared up a little bit. Right, so b3 by Richie. So he could go e7 here, and the position would clear up a little bit. But actually, with that being said, he could also maybe make a move, like king f5 first. Because let's say you go b2, there's this mouse.
So
Oh, sorry, there's something wrong with my mouse.
just
Rook
use
d6,
microwave.
and then e7, and then the rook is stuck, cannot stop the pawn. So let's say go king f5 here, although there's this. Maybe this is an improvement. I don't know. It's tense. Okay, this is the position on the board. Could also still throw in this check. So I guess one line that's winning is check. Oh wait, no, king moves up, f5. Once again, it feels so scary to let these pawns push down the board.
Yeah.
See what he's gonna
Yes,
come up with.
From human perspective, it's always difficult to play such positions. You have to calculate every single move.
Yeah.
F5 is bad? Why is it bad?
Wait, he hasn't moved yet. This is the
No, not
position
yet.
we have on the board.
Monka.
So, okay, so let's see. There's check. Okay, so once again, so king f5. I guess a3 loses on the spot to e7. Right, and here we are up 2 pawns. This should be an easy win. Why should we be winning here? So he could play king f5. Try to. Okay, so a3 is not a move. Rook a1 is a move for black, though. Then we could put a rook here, but you're sort of playing with fire, it seems, because this rook keeps dancing around. Although you could go king here, I guess. And if a3, you're in time to take here. You take the queen and go e7, and you win. Because you collect the rook, but it's tough. King f5 does not feel like a natural move.
Well, since you're pushing e7 and it's so far away from other pawns, bringing the king makes sense because your rook is still has a job, a very important job to stop the black pawns from promoting.
Yeah, it's very, very tough.
It's just whether you push first e7 or first you bring the king. But black has no moves except for pushing the pawns.
Yeah.
So maybe king f5. Is it on the board? No, not yet.
He hasn't moved yet, I don't think. Very, very tough. What is he gonna play? I think f5 was not the move in this position. In this position it is, however, because there are some lines where you queen with a check.
You first check and then f5.
Right, yeah.
Because if you do f5 first, then you get rook g2 check.
Yeah, and that
Which is
somehow
pretty annoying.
works out
And
for
then
black.
b2.
Right, like here, black can also go rook g2, king f3, and b2, but after, I think, rook b7, a3, e7, white is just in time, because we're threatening to promote. The rook has to go back, sort of the only move. And then we go f6, a2, these pawns are both on the second rank, but white also has these pawns here. And if black queens, I don't think we take the rook, but we just go f8, queen check, with a checkmating attack. But
Yeah.
Prage. Let's see what he's gonna come up with. 4 minutes. This is very, very tense, you guys. This is it.
Now is the time. Now is the time to send energy. And also put your prime.
But he hasn't moved yet. No move just yet.
Come on, Hikaru. 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. Yeah, they get no, they only get 30 seconds after each move. There is no extra time anymore. There is no additional time on move 60.
Let's see what he's gonna do. So b3 on the board. Wait, he's reaching for a piece. He was reaching for a piece there. And king of5. King of5, that's the right move!
Yes!
That is the right move. Holy smokes. So let's calculate, you guys. Let's look at black's moves. If black goes pawn to a3, we go... I think the easiest way to win is e7. Black has to stop this pawn. Because if black goes b2, we just go here. Stop the pawn from queening, then we queen on the next move. If black goes rook to e2, we collect this pawn. Black takes here, but here we're up 2 pawns. The black pawns are gone. This is quite a standard win. White wins. Alright, so dead wins for white. If black goes b2, threatening to queen with a check, we go rook b6, get behind the pawn, and look at this rook. This rook is suddenly stuck. If a3, e7, and we win. We queen. Now, what else can black do? Black can go rook a1, for example, and I think then we said rook b6. We stop this pawn. This pawn cannot push because we take. Black's only move would be something like rook to e1, stopping the pawn. But I think then we go king of 6. These pawns are still under control, sort of, and we threaten to go e7, king of 7. The only move black has is a3, but then we take a2, rook a3, black queens, we take. Then we go e7, threaten to promote, and if rook e1, king of 7, and we win. Let's see if that's going to happen. Hikaru got up from the board, so I guess he's feeling confident. I mean, he has 4 minutes on the clock, or 3. Wait, why is he getting up from the board? Maybe he just... maybe... Okay, he's back with some more coffee or tea or whatever it is.
Yeah, it is 3 minutes. He cannot really go very far.
Yeah. But guys, it's not over just yet. Richard still has these pawns over here. But it should be winning somehow for Hikaru with these pawns over here that are very, very far advanced. Let's see what Richard is going to come up with. Once again, I think b2, rook b6, a3, e7 is a bit too clear. So rook a1 is probably what he's going to try. So Richard's not over just yet. Keep praising.
If a3, then king f6.
If a3 in the current position, I think just e7. Because we threaten to promote. Okay. The only move would be rook e2, and then we take on rook takes a3. And if b2, rook b3. And I think this endgame up 2 pawns should be quite a clean win for white.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, yeah, king of 6 might be even losing if you play e7 and then king f6.
Yeah, you do have to collect those pawns. But I mean, I think for Hikaru, if something like a3 happens, this is quite a relief. Because at least you get rid of these 2 pawns that are so far advanced. And we have a move. Rook a1 has been played by Richie. This is the trickiest move in the position. Now, rook b6 is the move for Hikaru. You cannot allow b2. Rook b6. You also still control a3. And black cannot push forward. Because b2 and a3 are under control. Rook b6 will find it. Wait, let's check in.
Yeah, e7 unfortunately throws away a win.
I mean, it's still...
I mean, rook e1,
right? He still has chances, but he throws away most of his advantage because this b pawn stays on the board.
He's still alive, yeah. And then rook e3 and...
Rook b6, that was the move. That was the move he needed. Wait, I think he's on his way to win here. Rook b6 is the move, you guys. Once again, black cannot go b2, we take. If a3, we take. Rook e1 is sort of the only move I see that makes sense, because you just stop this pawn. But then we just push this king up the board. The only move I see that makes sense is a3. Then we take a2, we stop the pawn, we sacrifice our rook. But once again, since we are so far advanced, we will win back this rook, and then we will win the remaining pawn in game. Rook b6 on the board. Hikaru looking pretty confident now. Does he have this one? This one will be huge.
He left the board again.
He left the board. It's 3 minutes on the... I guess he's just walking around, but I mean... There's no chance he could run to the restroom real quick, I guess. But I guess he's still there, because I saw the chair moving, so he's probably behind the chair or something.
Yeah, probably. It's just a little bit nervous, which is completely fair and understandable. Yes, I agree with you. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Someone is saying c5, but I don't think c5 makes any sense. We just take. No. Doesn't seem to work. I think we should be too concerned about these. Rook e1 played by Richie. Okay, so king f6. King f6 is the move. These pawns are under control, and you just start pushing your own pawn. You can always give up your rook for the pawns. King f6,
You can also be classy and play rook b4, completely stopping the pawns.
Well, but then it comes down to the same thing. Black goes a3.
And then it's king g7 maybe. a3, okay.
King f6
And
on
we
the board, that's the right move. He's gonna go e7. This should be a win. Right, because if black doesn't do anything, like let's say black goes king h6. Here we just push, black takes, and we go king up, king down. Well, here I guess is a good moment to go rook b4, because we collect this pawn, and still, once again, if something like this happens, we give up the rook, but we promote. So let's see what's happening. King of 6 on the board by Hikaru.
Yeah.
I think it's almost in the bag, you guys, because e7 is gonna come on the next move. Then this rook is sort of stuck, stopping this pawn. This rook has these two pawns fully under control. It can always sacrifice itself for those two pawns, because then black will win with the king and the pawns versus the rook. It's not over until it's over, but it's starting to look very, very close now. It's starting to look very close to a dub.
What else can he do? Nothing really. e7 is unavoidable.
Yeah, and Richie, he probably knows it's over. There's no move for black here that offers any resilience. I mean, I guess if you go rook
he knows.
I guess if you go rook e4, I mean, maybe just go f5, keep that pawn on the board. We don't really care about the d pawn. We just push. Well, actually, this may be the one line, although, okay, so rook e4, king f7, c5, but I guess white should be much faster. We just queen, take, c4, push. White queens first, and then he's going for a checkmate. c3, f7, c2, queen here, c1 queen, and rook h6, checkmate. Just kidding, that hangs the rook, don't do that. But instead, this is checkmate. Got you guys there. Guys, that was a joke. Of course, I saw the queen was covering that square. But rook b7 is checkmate. Okay, whatever you guys want. But it was a joke. No, I mean it was a joke. Like.
Right.
No, it was.
Okay, we believe you.
Okay, whatever. If you guys think I blundered this, very funny. But there's just rook b7. Yeah, it's hilarious. It was an hilarious joke. No, I mean, of course this blunders the rook. You guys don't believe me? Okay, you guys will never get any microwave action.
Oh no.
I just take that as an insult.
Apologize, chat. Now, apologize. Or we will never say microwave. Apologize.
Hikaru, That was the greatest. Okay, let's see what Richard's gonna come up with. Hikaru looking pretty confident. He knows that this one should be in the bag. There's simply no move, I don't think.
Richard is down to 1 minute. So, what will we see? A resignation? A last move? You usually don't resign after thinking for so long. You make a move or two.
Yeah, I mean it's not trivial just yet, right? In the sense that white still sort of has to promote the pawn, collect the rook. So it's a bit too early to resign, but I guess he's looking at a3, rook takes b3, a2, rook a3, and he probably sees that this line is just winning for white. I mean, you give the rook, then e7. I mean, if you go rook a8, that doesn't help anything. You just go king f7, rook here, king f8. And the pawn games are always winning for white. Same thing after rook e1, we just go king f7. And even if you go, let's say, okay, rook e4 played by Richie. Yeah, so I guess he's going for that line. He's going for that line. So rook e4 hitting the pawn. I guess now Hikaru's going to go f5. Black takes. We go e7, rook e4, king f7, c5, e8, takes. And I mean, a3 we take, b2 we take. So sort of the only move you have is c4, but we just push. c3 we push. Here, f8 queen. Here,
And it's a checkmate.
and checkmate on b7. I mean, no, not rook h6. I was trolling you guys, but you guys don't have a sense of humor. You guys didn't get it. e7 by...
E7 played, but it's also fine because king e5 cuts off the rook and black cannot
But you can
stop
still
the
go like
promotion.
rook here.
Yeah, you can do that, but then king d6.
I guess this also wins, king d7.
Pushed. The king. Took the pawn.
I thought f5 was a bit more precise, but let's see. Okay, we have more moves. King d6 by
Yeah,
Hikaru.
king d6.
Okay, rook e1 only move. And then we just go king d7, right? King
They got more
d7.
score sheets. 40 seconds for Richard. Oh no, he made a move, okay.
Wait, do you have c5 here? Takes
You
on this.
do, but we can play d5. It's definitely tricky.
Eh. Okay, let's see. Let's say if we can take rook d1. Don't like this continuation.
Not like this. Not like this. Who
But how
resigned?
is this
No,
winning
he did
actually?
not resign yet.
But there's still this move c5, which is tricky.
Yeah, king d7, c5, d5, rook takes, c or c4 immediately, and then takes. Ah no, you cannot wait. You cannot play c4, Benjamin. If you cannot play c4, because then rook e6.
Ah.
Aren't we winning with rook e6 or?
Yeah, no, this line is very nice. We go rook e6, black takes, we take with the pawn, b2, we queen, black queens, we give a check, black takes,
Yeah, we
takes,
have
and then we're one
And we
move
promote,
faster.
Yeah, and we promote faster, yeah. Easy clap. Easy clap,
So-
we got this chat. We got this chat.
Right, but I still,
D5 is
yeah, so
gonna be
king
played.
d7, c5, I guess d5 wins, yeah, because c4, rook e6, it's pretty straightforward, but once again, I don't like the fact that he allowed this, but it should still be winning. Okay, so d5 wins. Does dc actually win? Because I didn't see it after this.
It's too dangerous. It's better to not to do that. Maybe you do after check you can play rook d6.
Wait, but
Rook
what if we
d1.
do this actually?
Takes b2, promote.
No, this.
Ah,
Wait,
you
this
take
does-
on a4 and you just have these 2 pawns.
Wait, this
And
could.
I mean if you promote queens.
Wait. Yeah, but wait. I mean, the computer's showing +10, but it's just moving back and forth.
No, no, no. You play rook d6. You play rook d6 here. Takes rook d1, rook d6. Takes. King takes.
I mean, yeah, but that's sort of a whole another struggle, right? Maybe you win, but okay. But I like your suggestion, d5, right? Because the only move black has is c4, pushing the pawn forward.
Yeah, yeah.
And
d5
wait,
is
we could
clearer.
maybe even queen. We can even queen, I guess. Because black takes, we take. c3, d6. We always queen one move earlier, and then we can go for the checkmate. Even though it was clear with the queen and f8. Although, wait, no, but black queen's first. Although white should win. Okay. Then, oh, he's taken on c5,
No,
but
no,
now...
rook e6. He took. Okay. Well, he must have calculated it all. Don't worry, Chad. We're fine. Chad is going blunder, blunder, blunder. I mean, okay, if it goes from +100 to +50, of course computer can say blunder. But it's still hugely winning.
I mean, so apparently is rook d6 the only move? Because let's say we go here, rook e1. How do we
Actually, you can
continue?
play king c8,
No, but rook
Yeah.
e1,
king d8,
rook d1.
now rook d6. And now we can take with the pawn if you take.
Right, but it's still this endgame, which is probably winning, I guess.
It
But,
has to be winning. You have the king right next to the pawn, and queen is also there.
The
You
main
take on
problem
a4,
for
you have 2 pawns. Yeah, it should be. It has to be winning.
right, the main problem for black is that this king on h7 is completely misplaced, because there's a lot of lines where white can block a check with a counter check. King c7 played by Hikaru. Okay, this is fine, right? Because then we go to rook e1. Okay, go to d8. Wait, so there's one line I was wondering about.
King
So let's say
c7 on the
king.
board. Rook e1, and
King d6.
he played to d6. Interesting. Does the
Yeah, but
king
rook-
just go to the pawns then? Is he trying to stop the pawns? Or he wants to give a space to the rook b7? I'm not sure why. Maybe rook b7 with the threat of a discovered check.
What actually if he goes to c6?
Yeah,
rook
rook
e1
c6, king
and rook
c6,
b4?
rook.
This is quite a clean win, I think.
Yeah,
Because if you take here, we take here, this pawn is easily under control.
or maybe you can
Just-
just.
I guess this is what he's going for.
King. Yeah, rook d1, king c6, rook e1, rook. Does rook b7 work?
Richie played
Then
check,
king
so I like
h6. Yeah, king h6. I don't like this.
so I like this line, king c6 and rook b4. That's looking quite clean to me. Because you just auto yeah, no, this is pretty clean, I think. Should be winning.
Okay, so what move Rapport is gonna do?
King c6 by Hikaru, right.
Rook d1 is logical, yeah. Rook d1 played.
Rook e1 and now rook b4. He's gonna go here, I think.
He played, yeah. mhm. He can play rook b7, but then it's king h6, and you still have to bring the king. What? Repeat it again.
Rook b4 on the board. I told you guys.
Yeah.
We went for this line, which should be
Facts.
winning. Because if black takes, we take here. Now, this b pawn is always under control. Like, let's say black goes b2, we just stop it. Black still keeps this pawn on the board, but here white has a very nice winning mechanism. He can play something like king b7. Once again, the king just supports the c pawn rolling down the board. this rook is stopping this, and white is just winning. It's just over. So let's see what Richie will try. I mean, Hikaru, if he can clean up one of those pawns, they will clarify the situation a lot. See, Richie could bring the king over. So let's say king g7 is a move, takes. If black goes b2, we go rook b4, and black is not in time because we take the queen.
Yeah.
And then we make our own queen. Right, so white is winning. Black could try to go, let's say, king f7, but then I guess we go rook b4, stopping the pawn. And after rook e3, I think here maybe the easiest way to win would be
King d7.
Or
h6, yeah, you're right. I forgot even about the pawn on h6. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
no.
it's still winning even without it.
it's still there, yeah. Other way, there's this. Maybe the easiest way to win would be here. Yeah, once again, this is always very effective. Like black takes, we go c6. And if the king moves over, we go here, for example. And after rook c3 here, we have this move, which wins. So I think it's all working out for Hikaru move by move. Let's see what's happening in real time.
Yeah, the position is still the same. Rapport is on the last minute.
Yeah.
55 seconds.
And Hikaru
It is the
keeps
live
standing-
position. The small
Yeah.
position is live.
Indeed, yeah, both the boards have the live position. Hikaru keeps standing up from the board, but he should be winning now. He should be winning. I don't see a move here for black. Yeah, we're hitting the pawn on a4, and I just don't see what you're gonna do here. b2 by Richard. Okay, just take the pawn. Take it, you gotta take.
Yeah, you have
Okay.
to take.
Yeah, so let's... Okay, so this could still be a good try. We have to take the pawn. Richie is gonna
a3,
take...
rook a2.
Right, yeah, that
No,
is
it's all
cool.
the same. Yeah, it's all the same. And again, you can play king d7, hc6 then. Oh, he took
I
on
guess
d7.
here we just go rook a2. No, just hit the pawn.
Yeah,
If the rook goes here, maybe just king b5, collect the pawn, and it's all over. Rook a2 by Hikaru on the board. He must know it's winning right now.
I guess the last hope of black was that white plays rook d7, but then black promotes the queen first, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, and Hikaru has won the game. We see here rook a2
Resign.
on the board and false champ. False champ.
PogChamp. 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 Yay!
And Richard resigns the game. So Hikaru wins the first game of the semi-final against Richard Rapport. He takes a huge step towards the final, in which he might face Levon Aronian, who also won his game today, but a huge win. Let's hope we can have him for a very quick interview later on. He must be tired, but of course he must be very happy to win this game. So let's hope we could have him for an interview. We'll find out soon enough. But yeah, huge win. And tomorrow, if he draws the game with the black pieces, that means he moves on. So huge win for
To the
Hikaru.
final. Yeah, it's a huge step towards the candidates.
For sure, yeah. So let's hope we can have an interview with them soon. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I guess might be up for an interview soon, yeah. Oh, wait.
2750 plus lost to a Twitch streamer. Facts.
All right.
So is it coming?
I guess
How long
so,
are they
yeah.
going to show the arbiter putting the pieces back?
But I think we see Hikaru here in the corner talking to Richie. Like, this is definitely Richie and this is Hikaru. I think they're probably discussing the game. But huge win. I mean, he found those clutch moves with king f5 and then rook to b4. So yeah. And with that, Hikaru wins his game. And if we look at the live standings real quick, we see that Hikaru is up to 27-49. He's already gaining 13 points from this event. And he's up to number 17 in the classical chess rankings. So let's hope they will be up for an interview shortly. Are you also watching the live feed? You don't have the interview just yet. Right?
No, there is no interview. I just saw a beautiful tweet by Sam Shankland praising Hikaru's play after 2 years of inactivity, after a long time since I saw this version of him play classical chess. It's such
so
a
we're
delight
in a
to
special
see
room with
him
Grandmasters
play.
Richard Rapport and Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. A very exciting game. You just finished the win for Hikaru. Hikaru, does this go to say that all rook endings are drawn? The difficulty of winning this type of rook ending?
Well, but I mean, this one there were pawns on both sides. I mean, it wasn't some normal position where black's down a pawn. So I mean, it should be winning, but it's very tricky also because if I play one wrong move, I can lose because black has 2 pawns as well that are going down the A and B file. I mean, I think it was probably always winning, but it was very, very complicated. I still think that for the most part I played it well, but I was very mad at myself because I think at the start I could have avoided all this if I had played rook f4 and f3 instead of king g5, and I think this might have just been winning without any of this mess. So I was actually quite mad at myself for allowing this, but I mean, it's what it is, and you just try to play the best moves even after that.
Did you know that the game you were playing was following a game by Kasparov against Smyslov in Moscow 1988 until more or less move 15? You guys have incredible memories. I was wondering if you knew that precedent.
I mean, I vaguely recall that when I was studying with Gary, I saw some position along these lines, but that's about it. I didn't realize this one. Hey, if I'm playing like Gary, that's definitely a good thing. Okay.
Richard, what went wrong today?
Yeah, you tell me. I don't know. I mean, it got very complicated. You know, he went for this idea with a4, which is very concrete. And yeah, and after the bishop takes g6, I went for knight b3, which I'm not sure about actually, because I think I should, maybe I should take, I don't know, you take on e6, takes knight g6, knight to c4 I thought, and then I wasn't sure, like, okay, I could be completely lost, but I calculated that I may be on time to set some sort of a blockade, I mean, with the knights and everything. And yeah, after that he sacked this exchange, which was kind of creative, and then afterwards I decided to sack it back because I wasn't so short on time, but the position is just extremely complicated. Maybe there was better chances to put the rook on h4, maybe, I don't know, I was thinking and try to create a fortress there, but it's not such a fun to play like this, you know, because I mean I'm not having any chances to win basically, and I'm trying to create a fortress. Yeah, and after that it's just okay, kind of, I don't know, I felt like it's bad luck, but I know there is no luck in chess because we are just coming with the kings, and you know I'm just not on time to create counterplay at all, and I'm not on time to ride with the king either. It's very forced. I mean I didn't see it, of course, when I took rook f6 that this like 15 moves ahead are so forcing, and I just might be lost. Yeah, afterwards in the rook endgame I felt like I was trying, but I also felt like I should be losing, but then later on, okay, I felt like maybe I could have had better practical chances, but I don't know. Okay, what to say.
Okay, guys, this is a 2-game match, and you have to play tomorrow. So I'll ask a few more questions when the match is over. Good luck, and a very exciting game, followed by tens of thousands of people online and here in the room.
Yeah, so that was the interview. Huge win by Hikaru. Let's hope he can join us shortly. But sorry, what were you saying about what Sergey tweeted?
Sam Shankland tweeted.
Shankland.
Yeah. He said that it's a delight to see him in such a great form. But I cannot believe that they asked more questions to Richard than to Hikaru.
I think they both asked them, like one
Richard
or two questions.
was mostly talking. I'm not sure.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, well, it is what it is, I guess. Let's hope we can go for an interview shortly.
Yeah, we will know shortly if he's joining or if he's too tired, which would be also understandable. Yeah, it's interesting that...
Oh, we have another interview.
Yeah, Dina is interviewing.
I mean, I started looking a little bit for Richard. I felt that he had better chances against Roddick objectively in the tiebreaker, so I looked at it a little bit, but not a whole lot. Most of my preparation was done today, this morning.
We have obviously already discussed this topic a lot. You calling yourself a retiree. To me personally, Grandmaster, Dutch Grandmaster Benjamin Bog has made ends meet by simply saying that, quote, Hikaru needs to stop miming. So, summarizing on this topic, my question to you was, do you still have the taste of blood?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still chess at the end of the day, and I mean, today's game was very exciting. I think Richard, he played something that was solid, but you know, I was able to complicate it in the middle game, and yeah, when you just get into positions which aren't like, say, a forced draw or something where you get to move 20 without even thinking, then it's always fun to play positions, and I thought I played pretty well today. I don't know if the sacrifice was good with Bishop G6, but I also felt that at several points in the game, I either had the choice to basically
compliment,
make a draw
you guys.
or to play something that could be on the edge where maybe I get winning chances, or I could also lose. But figured, you know, so you only live once, might as well go for it.
On another note, what would be your best US Olympic team, and you can choose any players alive or not?
That's a strange question. I mean, I think, I mean, obviously I have to go with my own memories, and I would say that my fondest memories of the Olympiad were the early years, like 2006, 2008, playing with Gata Kamsky and Alex Onashuk, I mean, and Varuzhan as well, Kobian. So those memories, or those Olympiads, I enjoyed the most because there was much more of a team spirit.
But if you could also add some players who are already not alive.
Players who aren't alive, I mean, obviously.
Just dream American.
I mean, obviously Fischer, probably Reshevsky. Okay, Marshall maybe unclear. I mean, how strong he'd be by today's standards, but I mean, probably Fischer and Reshevsky. I mean, they were two of the best ever. So those would be two guys who would be on a all-time great U.S. Olympiad team.
All right, a couple more questions. Do you think we would ever see Magnus Carlsen as a guest on your stream?
I mean, if we weren't sort of sponsored by different chess companies, I don't think it's that crazy to think. But I mean, with Magnus doing his stuff with Chess24 and I'm partnered with Chess.com, I mean, it's pretty unlikely. But I wouldn't say no to it, of course.
And the last one, just theoretically speaking, who would you pick as a second on your World Championship match against Magnus?
I don't know. I think I'm doing just fine with the trainer that I'm with and the trainers that I worked on the canvas with in 2016. So I don't have anyone in particular. I think that's too far out to think about at the moment. But I would say, since I think you're trying to get a certain answer, I would not have someone like Kasparov on my team. I'll say that.
And no Russians.
I mean, again, you're trying to get me to say something silly. Let's just say, I mean, I agree with Dubov's take on the whole thing. Okay, as far as countries and
Leading
World
questions.
Championship matches go.
That's a perfect note to finish our conversation. Thank you and good luck for tomorrow.
Sure, thanks.
All right, you guys. But yeah, here we see the standings real quick. So Hikaru takes a 1-0 lead against Rapport, and Arodian takes a 1-0 lead against Dominguez. But as I was just saying, I said that Hikaru is not retired at all. That was what I was saying. He is not retired at all, and we see it today. I mean, he wins his match against, he wins his game against Rapport. So I mean, it was more of a compliment than anything else. So yeah.
yeah. I don't know what to say about these questions actually. Like I understand the attempts to ask something different, to maybe provoke players to get out of their comfort zone. I agree with Hikaru about the question about the dream American team. Like, for example, Levon switched only now to play for the US. Is he part of the dream team or not? And then, yeah, you don't know how the chemistry between the players will go. And then, do you put yourself on the team, or do you enjoy to watch it as a spectator? Yeah, it's a bit strange. I liked Hikaru's answer about his memories of playing for a team. Yeah. In the past, especially when they became the Olympic champions with Sam Shankland on it as well.
Indeed, but yeah, once again, guys, I was just saying that because people asked, you know, in my chat, like I think yesterday or something, about these questions, like, is Hikaru retired? And I said, like, You know, he's not retired at all. So it's just.
I mean,
sort of
weren't we all retired for 2 years from chess?
That's also what I said. So I said that it's a bit of a meme, but he's not retired at all, and we see it here. I mean, he crushed his group, and now he's in very good shape. So in the meantime, so we're waiting for Hikaru to come on. Let's hope that he can join.
And also one more, like, he would not have said any name, even if he had someone in mind for the match. That's like, it's not even a question. He would not reveal any name.
Yeah.
Not fired. No, of course not fired. Bok is amazing.
You guys are trolling, very funny.
Yeah, we have the match going on, right?
What match?
We can watch Alexeyenko Giri from
Yeah.
the Rapid Championship.
Let's try to pull that up. 1 second.
And it will be Anish Giri, not Anish Girl, from earlier in the
Right.
chat.
Second, someone's going wrong.
Yeah, we have lots of players from the Grand Prix participating. Tabatabai, Giri, Wesley,
Wait, I cannot.
Edith,
Wait.
Keimer.
Can you watch the game on just.com?
Yeah, there is a link.
Oh, it's on events.
Yeah, in
try to
events,
figure it
yeah.
out. Okay, just a second. Let's just go here. Oh, then it's all set up perfectly. Go here. Okay, so by the way, you guys, starting today, chess.com launched a new tournament, the Rapid Chess Championship. It's a whole season where the best players in the world will fight it out every week on Saturdays. They'll play in a Swiss event, nine rounds, and then the best 8 qualify. Wait, he was very mad? Who was very mad? I
Yeah?
think Dina's trolling.
You know, I mean, weird champ.
But as I was saying, the best 8 of this Swiss tournament today, they move on to the knockout on Sunday.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, Nishi indeed is in the lead. So it's
Right.
the last game that he's playing against Alexeyenko. No, game 7. Yeah, game 7.
Okay, but anyway, as I was gonna say, today we have a 9-round Swiss tournament, and the top 8 players, they move on to the knockout tomorrow, and it's very, very exciting. It has the top 100 players in the world, top 10 juniors, top 10 women, and also 10 wildcards chosen by chess.com. So yeah, very exciting. This is going to be every single week, so kind of like Title Tuesday, but then much more stacked, much stronger, higher prizes. So it's going to be very exciting, and I'm sure that when Hikaru will be back, he will be participating in this as well. Anyway, so this is a game between Alexeyenko and Anish Giri. Then we have the game between Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana. But yeah. So there's even more chess today. I'm not going anywhere. No, just kidding, you guys. I did get a wildcard, yeah, so I was very happy about that. Anyway, let's see if Hikaru will be able to join. We'll not keep him for very long. Once again, tomorrow is a very, very important round. So yeah. In the meantime, I really like Anisha's position here. It's also up a minute on the clock. And given the fact that this is 10 minutes, with no increment at all, White can also flag. Flagging is definitely an option here. There's no increment, just 10 minutes, and that is it. I'm not playing today, you guys, because I mean it started a couple hours ago. But next week I think I'll definitely play. So. And no, you guys, there's no drama.
What drama? Where drama?
Yeah. Okay, and as we speak, wait. Okay, so.
Okay, chat. I'm not sure what
Hey,
you're talking
Hikaru,
about.
can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. How's it going?
Hi.
Well, congratulations on winning today. How are you feeling?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it was obviously a very long game, very tough game, but I mean, when all is said and done, I found a way to win, so fairly happy.
Awesome. So,
Well,
yeah, do you want to...
Not that sudden.
Do you want to talk about the game?
Yeah,
a
I mean,
little bit,
okay.
or-
I mean, I think I'll sum it up. Obviously, it's quite late, and I have to go eat dinner and do stuff. So, I mean, I'll keep it pretty brief. But I think what I would say is, I mean, there were a couple critical moments in the opening. First of all, I had some shades of a very, very bad memory. Obviously, I lost in this opening to Alexander Onishuk in the U.S. Championship in like 2016 or 17.
17.
I don't remember the year. But yeah, so I mean, I lost the game in this, and then I mean, I kind of just tried to play logical moves. I didn't actually look at this super closely before the game, but then as it turns out, I played like Gary. So, I mean, I have a feeling that vaguely in my memory, I knew that this was kind of playable, this whole knight f4 thing. And yeah, I was able to work it out over the board. And then, I mean, I think I was just very happy with my choices. Because there were a couple of moments when I had options to be like much safer. A4, for example, I thought was fairly aggressive. And then after knight d4, I used a lot of time, but I did play a5. And again, I don't know if these are the best moves, but I felt that it was very much in the spirit of not trying to be like stable and make a draw and trying to complicate. So I mean, I was very
A5
happy.
was actually the best move.
Yep.
So my sack was okay on g6.
Yeah, it was the best move, yeah. And
was
then
more than
F-
okay.
Okay, because I mean, I was gonna say one of the funny things is throughout my career, I've always felt that I've always assumed the two pieces are better than the rook, and in a lot of my games when I've looked at it, the computer says the rook is better than like the bishop and knight or the two knights. So I kind of just figured just go for it.
Yeah.
And I wasn't
bishop
sure.
g6
I
was
mean,
also good.
I wasn't sure. I mean, whether it was great or not. But then, I mean, then Richard played knight b3, and I was very happy because I got this endgame where. I can only be winning. Probably black can hold it, but if anyone's better or anyone has chances, it's white. So, yeah, I mean, I thought I was very surprised that he sacked the rook, but I thought from a practical standpoint, it was absolutely correct to sort of simplify because we were already getting a little bit low on time. And I mean, I'm gonna just push like f4 or something. It's very unpleasant. So, yeah, and then I mean later, I don't know. You guys can tell me, but was king g5 right or was rook f4 and f3 just winning?
King g5 was... I mean, you played it all right throughout. Of course, it looked a little bit... so you're saying here, like rook f4.
Yeah, I thought I could have inverted the order with rook f4, f3, and then king g5 to dodge all this nonsense in the endgame. But
right,
apparently...
but I guess there's rook takes g6 in some positions.
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
one
I
drawback.
saw this, and I wasn't so sure. I mean, it was just very hard. But then, yeah, but then then I just played king g5, and I actually was mad at myself because I realized he was going to get this full knight e4 line, but I kept it together. And I mean, I don't know if I played the rook and pawn endgame correctly, but I found a way. I mean, again, I don't know if this
Absolutely
is
correct. Yeah.
it is okay. So it's just good. Okay, well,
Yeah, it
I
was
guess
always
only
winning.
at the end. Yeah, only at the end we were a bit concerned when you did not play f5 and allowed the rook to take on f4. You pushed the pawn to e7. You could have played f5 first.
well, I mean, I
then
think
you don't-
anything wins at that point. I mean, but to be fair,
Right.
I've missed c5. I missed c5, and then then of course I have to just go into this rook and pawn endgame. Which, to be fair, I mean at that point I just kind of I thought I was just winning anyway, but Yeah, no, I mean, it was just, yeah, it was tough. But the thing is, he also confused me because I calculated all these lines with A3, and then he played B3, and I kind of lost my mind for like 10 minutes. I did not expect him to push. I thought he was going to push A3, and then he pushed B3, and I got all confused. But luckily, I found this nice idea with Rook B6, Rook B4, and then
Rook B4, very clean move. I just have one question. Earlier, when you took Knight E6 and then Knight H7, did you consider to take Knight H7 immediately?
Yeah, Knight H7 was another move that I saw. I didn't play it because of something. Why didn't I play it? So this is after Knight B3, right? Yeah, Knight B3, Knight H7. Yeah, this was actually my initial idea, but I thought there was some difference. I thought he could play like Rook G8 there, actually. And then, I mean, are you going Bishop D3 or what's the plan?
Rook C3 is a move here.
C3, I think.
Okay, something complicated with Rook C3. Yeah, I mean, okay, this I definitely, but I mean, is this really so good? Knight D2,
King up,
King C2. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is good also, but I mean, I really wasn't sure, and I thought I might just make a blunder somewhere in here. Like even here, if he goes Knight C4. I mean, I'm sure it's good for white, but I wasn't 100% certain. What?
Knight from B6.
Yeah, Bishop D3 and something like, I don't know, Knight. Yeah. And if Rook G7, just Knight F6, and there's no Bishop G4 because of Rook G1, right?
I guess so, yeah. Yeah. It
Yeah,
was
I mean,
all very, very complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically what I saw is I saw that I could get this endgame, and I didn't even realize he could stack the rook for the knight on F6, and I just thought I was going to push the FG and H pawn, just roll them up the board and win. But I mean, yeah, still this is already, I mean, a little bit much. But I did calculate, but I think I just assumed after Rook C3 there was some trick there, basically, and that's why I didn't play it. But I mean, it's what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah. No, I mean,
game. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I played pretty well. I mean, towards the end there were a couple moments which are not fantastic, but you know, it doesn't really matter. It was still good enough, and yeah, I won the game. So you know, at least again I have draw odds tomorrow, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I think overall it was a very, very good game. Yeah, like we said, it was always winning for you, so no worries about that. I mean, I don't know. Is there anything you would? We obviously don't want to keep you too long because you have a
I mean, I'll
tomorrow.
probably do a light recap after this, but yeah, I think what I would say is that yeah, I mean, it's obviously good to win the first game. You know, I think anytime you start a match with the white piece, you want to at least put pressure on your opponent, and I felt that I did a good job. I thought I played a good game, and most importantly, the good old haters on Reddit, they can shut up as usual. So it's always a good day.
And retired, right?
No, actually, it wasn't about that. Actually, what it was is that there were a bunch of idiots on Reddit who were basically saying that, you know, there's this drama, like there's some drama between Richard and myself, and like you know, all I would say to that is I think what I said at the time was probably true, but Richard obviously has become very solid. He's been playing very well, and it's just funny that there are so many people who lose their minds for no reason. But at any rate, you know, tomorrow of course is a new day, and just have to play a good game of chess, and we'll see how it goes.
Hikaru, I was just curious, did you visit anything special during the rest day? Did you go somewhere, some nice places that you like?
No, I mean, not really. I went out briefly to see the Brandenburg Gate, but that was about it. You know, I think mainly because the last two tournaments, the World Rapid, obviously, World Rapid and Blitz, and also Tata Steel, some basically people got COVID. I think ever since then, everybody's basically very cautious and not doing much. It's the same for me. It's like I literally won't go out to a restaurant. I'll just order Uber Eats and go from there.
Yeah, and can totally understand and relate.
So I mean, just not a lot. I mean, not a lot realistically. But anyway, no, it's all good. It's all good, and just happy to be playing well. And kind of, as I said, for all the people who somehow thought that, you know, Blitz and Rapid or online is somehow different, like, you know, I don't really care if someone like Bortnick is 100 points slower than Richard or whatever. I mean, he's a damn good player, and all these people I play online are very strong. So yeah, it's but it's just nice to play well and get a win, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, awesome. Yeah, once again, congratulations and best of luck tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thanks. See you guys then. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you, Hikaru, for a great show.
Bye, everybody.
All right, yeah, we're very lucky that he was able to join us for an interview because, of course, he must be quite tired after almost 5.5 hours of play, but he gets a dub, and tomorrow a draw will be enough to move on to the next round. So yeah, that's gonna be very,
Yeah,
very
he even
exciting for
promised a
sure.
quick recap, so he is excited with this win, and rightfully so. The draws tomorrow, yeah, can take him to the final without tiebreak, and he can relax on the next supposed tiebreak day. Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, so once again, make sure to tune in tomorrow, you guys, for the second game of the semifinals between Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport. At the same time, Levon Aronian and Lenier Dominguez will also be playing their second game. If Levon Aronian manages to not lose the game, he moves on to the finals against the winner of this match. Levon only needs a draw because he won today. So that's going to be all very, very exciting. Make sure to tune in, once again, at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. Central European Time. We look forward to seeing you all then. Yeah, Maria, any last words?
Yeah, I'm also really looking forward to tomorrow, to both games. Both Richard and Dominguez will need to strike back with black pieces. So yeah, sorry, with white pieces. So it is going to be exciting, and yeah, looking
For
forward
sure.
to that,
Yeah.
and to see all of you guys again. And of course, we also look forward to seeing Hikaru at the final, possibly seeing the microwave. Yeah, that's a promise you will have to keep.
Well, if Hikaru wins his leg of the Grand Prix, we are gonna if Hikaru wins this leg of the thanks Hikaru. I mean, yeah, once again, thanks everyone in the chat. Thanks. It's really just a community effort. We're pushing Hikaru to the win here.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's all gonna be very, very exciting. So yeah, once again, big shout out to all of you guys for all the love and support. It's always a lot of fun hosting these shows for you guys. And yeah, it's gonna be pretty exciting tomorrow. I think Hikaru should have pretty good chances again tomorrow with the black pieces against Richie. What's gonna draw will be enough. Yeah, Richie.
Yep. So looking forward to see you tomorrow.
Yep. Alright, you guys, we are gonna be calling it a day, and we will see you guys